All right, I think I'm live. Some things that just aren't started yet here. Let's try that again. There it goes. There I am. Hello, hello, everybody. I am live. So happy Saturday to you. Happy New Year. If you haven't seen me yet, since the beginning here of this new year on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. So happy Saturday to you. Hope you're enjoying the moment and this beautiful Cancer full moon, super moon, wolf moon that we had early this morning. We're about 8 hours into it. Beautiful energy. We'll feel that for a few days. So enjoy that emotional flow. I know I am. Beautiful energy. Um, Before we get started and everything, let's bring in some beautiful love energy as we do. And we'll see if we'll change things up this year at all. But I just love what we're doing right now. So we're going to do that today. We'll start off by taking a big, deep breath to come back into the moment. That always helps us come out of the future where fear exists, out of the past where fear exists, into this moment where we can find that eternal, unconditional love and peace and gratitude. And so we'll take a big, deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then slow release, coming back to this moment. So here we go. If you want to join me, big, deep breath in. Beautiful. Now we'll also use our lovely singing bowl here to bring in some beautiful energy. Just allow that energy to flow in, fill up your being, to your mind, and all of these stories, all of these thoughts, allowing it to transmute those lower vibration to higher vibration into our hearts with all that lovely emotion that's there. And we'll allow it to also transmute those energies, and we'll have that move to higher vibration as well into our energetic body, into all of our chakras, our meridians in our body that go throughout our body, our auras on the outside, just let it fill it all up there. And then our physical bodies too, every cell, every muscle, our blood, our oxygen, everything within us, just letting it fill up us and then flow out to the outside world. Let it do what it wants to do out there also to help raise the vibration of the planet. And as we say, the thing that we can do always in each moment to help raise our vibration or change the energetic and emotional weather that's around us is gratitude. It's an immediate transformer of fear into higher vibration. So when we just think of one thing, just one little thing we're grateful for right here, right now in this moment, hey, we made it another year. Hallelujah, right? If it's even that, we could have that wonderful, gratitude. And that immediately begins to raise our vibration too. So I will hit it 3 times. I'm not sure how loud this will be. So always mind your volume, mind your ears, mind your rears. Watch out. Here we go. All right. So here we go. Remember, gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Ah, such beautiful, beautiful energy. Love it, love it, love it. So, welcome. Ah, good energies. Of course, we got this wonderful Cancer full moon, super full moon. We had a wonderful, like a full moon ritual last night in the beginning of the stream last night. So if you want to check it out, I talked about some of the energies around this moon, some things you can do, gave you some, different ways to help use this energy for the most impactful. So just be sure to check that out. You can just go to my main page. It'll be the last stream last night. And I do it in the very beginning of the stream. So if you want to check that out, that's all free. And beautiful energy. Oh my God. I was crying because of the emotional energy. Well, I wasn't like bawling, but I had tears. So it was powerful energy. So enjoy that if you'd like. Um, so welcome everybody. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Two things that can definitely help us on this adventure that we're having here for our next rotation around the sun. And I'm excited for what this year is going to bring us. And so, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. Uh, Down in the description box of the video, I do detail out how the whole process works if you want to check it out. Basically, free readings are first come, first serve. They're 1 to 2 card readings. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange, prioritize those, step out of the free readings, dive deeper. We spill more tea with Bretta Z with the cards. And then you also get a fortune cookie of some sort. It can be like an oracle card of some sort. Um, so if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square in there. So if you want to do that, I don't have any set dollar amounts. I know everyone's finances vary from person to person, country to country. Cost of living is different, rate of exchange is different. So whatever you're able to give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can, and I do honor that. If 2.5 hours in, I have not completed any free readings, I do step away from donations for about 30 minutes until I complete all the free readings, whichever is the smaller amount. Um, so I make sure to get to some free readings every session, and then I go back to completing out all of the donations. And then if I am feeling the spirit move, I a lot of times finish all the free readings too. We'll see how long that goes. Like Thursday night, I was on for almost 6 hours. Last night, I was on for almost five or so, I think, somewhere in there. So eventually, it starts wearing me out, and I have to kind of balance back a little. But we'll see. Maybe the energy has changed. I'm feeling healthy. I'm walking. I'm up to 3 miles a day. I didn't go this morning yet because we were up late last night with the readings, and so I'm like, and it's a little chilly. It was like 30 degrees. It'll be warmer here after this session. So I'm going to go walking in between my sessions here, enjoying the sun, the beautiful energy of the world. I went off track, didn't I? And then after each session, I do post a pinned comment too, listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you put your reading and go away and come back later after the stream has ended, you can find the your name, click on the timestamp, takes you right to your reading. So easy breezy and so techy, I know. Also, this afternoon in between sessions, I plan on pulling the winner of the full moon drawing every full moon and new moon. I'm going to continue this as long as there's interest for the remainder of this year as well. uh, and I just posted the video um, for how you can get into the drawing. It's always listed in the description box too, the current giveaways. So you can always look at the current stream and check that description box. It's listed down there. Um, but yeah, every new moon and full moon, I pull a winner of a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you prefer. And so I'm excited to give stuff away. So be sure to check that out. We gave a ton away Halloween weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, Christmas weekend. I had give away 2 1-hour personal recorded readings on New Year's Eve. I'm not New Year's Eve, New Year's Day night. That's different. um, so I give away quite a bit here and there. So always keep an eye out. If you're subscribed to my channel, make sure you have your little alert bell set to all so that you'll get notified because I usually put out a video announcing the drawing so that you can find out how to get into it and all that as well. Um, yeah, and some other exciting giveaways coming this year too. I'm going to create some new energetic hedges, and I usually have a giveaway when I put out something new, giving everyone a chance to win one, and they're usually at discounted prices too. So I'm excited. A lot of fun stuff in store for this year. I'm continuing the Easier Path podcast as well this year. If you haven't checked it out yet, here's the link to the most recent one, which is In Love with the Future, which is about when you fall for someone or look at your relationships with people at who they could be instead of who they are. And then there's a lot of disappointment in that when they're not living up to who we know they could be, with that kind of awareness. So it's a fun. And there's the playlist is in the description box of the video, or if you go to my main page, it's always at the top among the playlists up yonder. If you want to catch up, there's a lot of great stuff. We have a story of some sort of either my own drama and trauma or another kind of example that someone else has given me over time, and then why the human's perspective of why it happens, then spirit's perspective of why it happens, and then hints from spirit on how we can make those situations an easier path instead of a hard one. Even though we learn our lessons really the hard way, right? But be sure to check it out. It's all free. And we'll have a new one coming out next week as well. Plan on talking about um, when we're like how to keep from getting defensive and what we can do to help it make it easier or harder for people, not to get defensive. So that's going to be a fun one. I'm reading, it's going to be some of it from this excellent book I'm reading right now, which is The Next Conversation with Jefferson Fisher. In fact, I'm almost done. Just finished the last chapter. There some other things in here, but I'm going to be sharing a lot from the books that I'm reading. So one of my little challenges in my day, my life is to read every day, at least half a chapter, if not a chapter, depending on how long the chapters are in books. So I've finished like 3 or 4 books in November into December. So it's I'm going to try to share that information. We'll find some fun ways to share it too. All right. So I think that's skinny on everything. So let's do some shout outs. We'll make sure we've got everything going here and then we'll get into the reading. So we got Livier Vagara in the house. Hello, my friend. Happy, blessed Saturday to you as well. Good to see you. We got Minu in the house. Hey, Minu, let me grab your free reading, add it onto the list. We got Suri Amanda. Hello. Thank you for your donation. I think, let me check here. Yep, you're the only donation right now. So you'll be up first. Yay. Then we got Shanae. Hey, Shanae. Good to see you. I am well. I hope you're well. Let's grab your free reading, get it onto the list. And we've got Swaroop Bobby. Hello. I have you on the list. We have, let's see. Oh, Preeti. Hey, Preeti. I had to separate your screen name out there. YouTube changed it to that @ sign, our screen names. So I'm still getting used to that because I'm used to you guys, knowing you guys by different names. So I'm trying to remember if it's different, but anyway, I got yours one here, Preeti, and then we've got AG, which is Anshul. So Anshul, I got your question here too, and then of course Gene XO. I know they have XO Gene XO. I just like calling you Gene XO. It's like you're an X-Men or something. But I love it. So I got you'll be up first for the free readings once we get to those as well. So I love it. We got Ankita. Hello. Good to see you. Oops. Let me grab that again here. There we go. So we'll get you on the list here, Ankita. There we go. And then Olivier, I got your question as too. We'll get you added in here. Oh, okay, Ankita. I thought when you asked, I don't know what to do, I thought that was you asking Spirit what you need to do. So I'll take you off the list until you ask your official question. Sorry, my bad. All right. So today we're going to continue using the lunar tarot here because we have this full moon going on. So we're going to put that here. And then for donations, your first donation, you'll have a Moonology Oracle. And then I have another deck if there's more than one, if someone makes more than one donation. For the rest of them, we do use those because these are a little longer, the Moonology. All right, so that is where we're at. I know, howl at the wolf moon. All right, let's get these shuffled up and we'll get started here. Thank you guys so much for being here and for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. It's something you can do to show me some love and my channel some love. And it does help my channel be seen by more people. So that's your way of spreading the Zen and you're part of the love tsunami. So it does help. It helps with the algorithm or whatever for a site, but it also shows me that you're enjoying your readings too, which means a lot to me. If you're not enjoying your readings, why am I here, right? All right. So let us jump in. We'll start here with the first donation, which is Suri Amanda, right at 18 minutes even. So we'll put that up here. So I've got that there. And let's give your donation a love and a like here. So you want to know, is your dad going to be a father again with Irene? Oh, whoa. You're going to have a half brother or sister? Let's find out. So is your father going to be a father again with Irene? I imagine Irene's not your mom. Otherwise, you'd say with your mom, right? You never know. Some people call their mothers by their name because they don't have that close relationship. So let's take a look here and see if they will. And then what else you need to know here about the situation here. Got those. We got those and those. All right. What do we have happening here? Uh-oh. Bottom of the deck. We do have the Queen of Pentacles, which the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles is, and see the rabbit, new birth, bundle of joy. So we definitely have that that energy here for possibilities of mothering, because it is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, that kind of energy coming in. So buckle up. He's actually younger than you. I know, right? You're like, oh. Yeah, my dad's second wife was the same age as my older brother, just like 3 years older. And when I first met her, um, we were grocery shopping and we were down the aisle because I went out to visit him. And I yelled down the aisle, "Mom, can I have some Captain Crunchberry?" And she just looked at me like, "Oh God." So it was funny. That's when I was, how old was I? It must have been like 17, 18 years old, maybe 19, but it was funny. Um, so fun, just to give you a little story. All right, let's see what else we have here. So that was the bottom of the deck. Mm, yeah, we do have the Knight of Wands. There is a lot of passion there with the Knight of Wands movement. Sorry for the glare there. So there is movement of passion. Whoa, la la la, I don't want to hear that. And we got the Hermit energy here as well, which is Virgo body energy. coming in here, which that's normally not what I get with the Hermit, but it is ruled by Virgo, which rules over our daily and our body and our health and things. So I feel like the body is primed, is what it's saying, to suddenly pop. Here we go, right? Your dad is a Virgo too. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. So we know they'll be the father and with that energy, it's a confirmation. Let's see what else is coming in here. But I mean, basically the answer to your question is yeah. We can even pull a when card to find out when. Let's see here. We got the Knight of Swords. So that is movement of communication and clarity coming in. We got Devil card energy, which is Capricorn energy. Wow, there it's very maybe it's because it's light outside. I'm by the window. I'll try to have it where you can kind of see it a little better. Let's see. I'll get it a certain way here. All right. Maybe if I do it really close, you can see the camera. All right. They're a bit glossy. We'll just go with it. But definitely the devil card is a lot of letting go of expectations, letting go of mindsets, old ways of thinking, and go, you know what? I'm like, as long as they're happy, go for it. Of course, that marriage didn't last. It lasted a while. Um, and his 3rd marriage didn't last a while. It lasted a little bit till, and then, but my dad is in his 80s. He's on number 4, which now he's completely different. He learned a lot. He was on his search of trying to find his self-love and self-worth, and he found it, and he has a wonderful, wonderful, um, uh, wife now. Yeah, and we got the Page of Cups. So there's this love energy, there's this happiness, and I kind of feel like this is that energy of we can try to be happy for people and just, look at kind of this energy of the Knight of Swords is the quest of understanding our power of story and that we're given a lot of opinion growing up on what something is supposed to mean, but we get to decide what things mean because things are meaningless till they get into our noggin, right? And we're the ones that get to determine what things mean or not mean. And I feel like this is what they're focusing in on is I can choose happy story about what's going on, or I can choose a dramatic story of fear and draw and have that kind of experience. There's no right or wrong. It just brings different experiences, different outcomes, that come in with it. So I feel like that this is an opportunity for you to go, you know what? I'm not going to worry about all that stuff. I'm going to focus on my relationship with my father and with the mother of my future half brother or half sister. So, especially like there's just my older brother and me. If you're like the baby, I never had the opportunity to be middle child. Someone to pick on, I know they're probably going to be kind of a age gap there, but and that's it's how we look at it, right? All right, let's see what else they have here for you. Yeah, and we like this. We have the Ace of Pentacles, which is a birth coming in here, and we have the Tower card energy that comes in here as well. Um, and with this combination here, they will have a child. There might be, a miscarriage involved at one point, if not the first one, because the Tower card is about something suddenly being taken away. And so, be prepared for that with this energy of right now, there can be a situation like that, but that there is one, um, the Ace of Pentacles does show an actual birth, but there might be, here, like a miscarriage that happens, where something suddenly removed, um, in their life. But, I do feel like the birth does happen. Um a birth does happen. So that is there too. Yeah, we got the King of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles. So we've got this energy here. We've got, you know, because at the bottom of the deck we had the Queen of Pentacles. So there is this divine counterpart energy. Four of Pentacles has to do with about solid foundation, you know, the home and how we look at our worth and different things like that too. There's even this past life energy that comes in here where I feel like this is the second time they've experienced this, at least a second time, but in another lifetime, your dad was the younger woman and she was the older gentleman, and now they're experiencing this flip in this lifetime to experience what was it from your viewpoint? What was it from yours? So just know going, "Oh, wow, dad, we know what you were in a last life in a past lifetime." But, so I feel like that's what they want you to know. We'll pull a fortune cookie here for you too. But I feel like, yes, there is one. There might like I said, there might be a miscarriage either before or after. Oh, we were gonna pull a when, right? If you wanna know a when. If you're like, "No, I don't wanna know." You're just dealing with the, "Oh god." But it's about changing the story, right? "Yes, please." "Okay. I need to know. When do I need to be moved to a new country or, to the moon," right? You're funny. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, can you give us a when? All right. Um, and then I also wanted to know about the miscarriage here. Let's see here. So the when, oh yeah, the Knight of Cups. Wow, we got February 19th to March 20th. So this is Pisces season. Movement of emotion. But I feel like this is when they find out and when they maybe announce it. And when's this miscarriage? Well, we have a miscarriage between February 2nd and February 20th. Um, so this wouldn't be this one. Yeah, because that would be a day, like the day after they announce it, it happens. That doesn't feel like it, but it feels like it's the same time of year, like when they discovered that I feel like the first child is born, it feels like. And so it feels like, this is when not born, but when they discover that they're pregnant. And so, you know, 9 months from now in November, they'll be born, around that period. And then the next time it happens, they have, like, the baby's, a few months old. Maybe it's like a 2 years from now kind of energy. But the 6 of swords is movement kind of energy, so that makes sense that that would be it, but it feels like that it happens later. And it could be that she gets maybe pregnant almost, 3 months after, but then that baby is like, "Hell no, I'm not ready to come out there yet." Which is, when I've had readings where I've, channeled the babies that either have been miscarriages or been selectively miscarried, aborted, right? And they're like, "We knew it. We knew before it came down. We're all knowing beings, even when we're in the womb still. We're very aware, very connected to the other realms." It's like, yeah, we knew and that we knew that this was our gonna be our purpose. We were just gonna stick our little toe into the world and then that was it. That's all I wanted to taste. I just wanted to have like a little, that's enough for me right now. I'll come back and go a little further in another lifetime. So it's really interesting how that comes in. All right, fortune cookie. Let's see what else they have here for you from the Moonology. Okay, here we go. What else would they like you to know? You've got the new moon in Aries. It's time to take action. Yeah, there is definitely that wands energy, the passion energy that's happening here. But let's take a look and see what they have for you here. This is, I feel like, more geared for you than it is for them. So the flame is lit. A wonderful new start beckons, and you are on the right track. Drawing this card is a superbly positive sign if there is something you want to happen in your life. So take this card as a big yes from the universe. This is the time to really tune into your dreams. You may still have a long way to go. After all, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, but you're on your way. Determination, self assertion, and bravery are called for. But the hot fire of Aries is driving you towards success in whatever endeavor you're asking about. The caution? Question mark. Don't go too fast and forget your manners. Treat people well as you change as you charge toward your goals. You'll create much better karma for yourself. There you go. All right, I'll try. To attune to this moon, don't even think about giving up. Your additional meaning for this card is do your best and be happy with that. Also, avoid being brash right now. Says you need a 12-month plan, and then a new male is coming into your life. Woohoo! You'll take that, right? Or, and it can be just Aries is masculine energy. It could be, it's Mars, a new masculine energy is coming into your life. So if you don't want, it doesn't have to be romantic. But the teaching of this new moon is Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. So the new moon in Aries is the first of the 12 or 13 new moons of the year. If you're committed to working with all the lunations, then the new moon in Aries is the right time to start. And drawing this card, no matter when you do it, signifies it's also the ideal time to start your moon work, such as setting intentions. And of course, today's a Cancer full moon, which is a good time of release to prepare for the Capricorn new moon that comes up on January 18th. I think it's 18th. So I like that for you. Um, and so I feel like this with this Aries energy, there's like a little message of just saying whatever you focus on grows and expands. And so I feel like there's a nudge of like, don't worry about what's going on over there. You can't control that anyway. The energy that you can invest in and grow things in your life is what am I grateful for in this life, not what I'm about or what I don't like, what I fear, what I feel is lacking, what I feel is needing, any of those things. We don't want to grow that. At times we do want to grow that when we're younger, but at some point we're like, I had enough of that. I'm ready for play and gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter. And I want to bring more abundance into my life, not restriction and lack. And so that's like there's a good reminder for us all right now for today, especially as we begin a new year, is what do I want to make sure I'm focusing my energy on for me this year? Not focusing on everyone else and the world and everything else. That just sucks our energy out of us. We just pour it out into it's like, "This is good. I can't wait to drink this. Psh, oh, man." I'm just pouring it out because it doesn't do anything in the outside world a whole lot. The biggest thing we can do is focus our energy on ourselves, so I love that. Absolutely. So I love it. I love it. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Let's see here. Did anyone else come in here? Not yet. So, Ankita, let me see what you said here. All right. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so here's your free reading. Let me add that onto the list. I'll put that down here. I do see your donation, so we'll see what that's for here in a sec. Okay, wait. It's okay. So this donation is for the free question, but you want more details. Okay. Right. So I'll be select there that I basically the most. All right. Oh, okay. You know what? So Ateshi. Hey, Ateshi. I totally was going, Ankita, why are you asking about a party? And then I'm like, oh, that's Ateshi, not Ankita. It just all blended together for me. All right. YouTube sucks, even though you subscribe to always ask me to subscribe before I can chat. Oh, interesting. I wonder if it um um Yeah, I don't know. Because you need to be subscribed to my channel to chat, and so maybe it's unsubscribing you for some reason. I'm not doing it. But yeah, there's been some glitchy stuff. Some other people have said, "I had to unsubscribe and resubscribe again." Yeah, and Gene. Yeah, I'm kinda looking at other options. Patreon is introducing chat, um, here sometime this year. I'm looking at some other things. 'Cause YouTube also takes, like, a third of your donations, for the use of, but they take care of all the taxes and stuff too, but they do all that. Oh, you have to wait a couple seconds? Huh, interesting. Yeah, interesting. Alright, well, I'm not a tech whiz, so I'll leave that up to the tech wizards. But thanks for sharing that, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, I used to have memberships, but, I had to make a choice of, um, regarding those. Yeah. You're welcome, Siri Amanda. All right. Well, you know-it-all person. Yeah. Uh, we'll say that I channel know-it-alls. That's the difference. I'm definitely not the know-it-all, but I definitely, can connect to the eternal the internet of the spirit world, which they're the smart ones. So, I appreciate that, though. You're so sweet. Okay, so, let's get back into it here. Alright, and hey, Maria P, welcome, welcome. Let me get you added to the list here real quick for the free readings, and we'll continue on here. Alright, so, let us jump in, and Kita, you are at 3805. Here we go. Hey, Deb, happy full moon, welcome, welcome. So, right. So let me make sure here. So this is for the Buffy question. You want to get details so you know exactly which one is destined for you. The current company is RPM, and the next one is AHK. All right, very good. So will you be selected in the other one that you'll be scheduled? The boss promised you to schedule an interview. He is your brother's friend. Also, should you join the one and then eventually switch? All right, we'll take a look here. We are allowed to switch as many as we want, and the first year is allowed by our institute. Oh, cool. I like that. So we'll take a look here, and so you want to know exactly actually, which one you're destined for you. So based on current we'll find out here. I'll find out if there's a destined, right? Because there's very little destined things in our life, like our birth time, and then if there's a relationship. Sometimes there's, like, a job that we're destined to get into. It's part of the plan, um, but there's a lot of less destined things in our life in these lifetimes that we're living than past ones, because as we've been having all these lifetimes, we're looking at more of an adventure, more of possibilities than a concrete path that you have to be on. We like the freedom, we like the creativity. We like to experience it in past lifetimes of like, nope, this is your path is very few paths. This lifetimes that we've had, probably the last I feel like it last maybe millennium, maybe, yeah, maybe the last millennium, but more of the last 300, 400, 500 years have been more all these possibilities and like, "Oh, what are we gonna do? I don't know." It's that power of choice and, huge. So, I'll find out first, is either one destined? And then if not, we will find out if, which one's more likely with based on your current energies and your choices. All right. So, let's take a look here. So, is RSPM a destined? Okay. Thank you. And then we've got AHK. Are any of these destined? I don't feel I'm not getting destiny energy with either one. RSPM and company, you have the emotional fulfillment, the Nine of Cups satisfaction, dream come true energy. And the AHK, you've got the Hanged Man, which is about seeing things from, let's pause, but it's a seeing things from a different perspective, and it takes time because that cocooning, it takes time for the caterpillar to turn into butterfly. So it feels like it takes a while for that to come to fruition there. Um, we'll take a look here. So we'll take a look here and see what we've got as far as based on current energies. How do these unfold? Because we want to make sure that you don't end up like not taking one and you're like, dang, I could have taken that, right? All right. Well, I feel here with that first one, the RSPM and company, we do have the magician, which is take action, and the two of pentacles. This is you'll end up having two choices. So I feel like this is saying take the one that they're offering, and then you will have the second one that will come and be offered to you as well, with this. And the second one, the AHK, you do have the Queen of Cups and the Seven of Wands. This one, I feel like the second one, you're more able to be more true to your authentic self with the Seven of Wands. You don't feel the need to dim your light or walk on eggshells. You just feel more welcomed there. The Queen of Cups, I feel like your gut is telling you that that's the one that you will like the most, because that Queen of Cups is saying, "Trust your heart, trust your gut when it comes to these." So it does feel like that here. Oh, what are you guys talking about here? Oh, nice. Kundalini. Okay, you're commenting on her there. Okay. They rejected you last month. Now you're like, "I'll accept you," and now I reject you. But I feel like you will be offered the second one. Um, but that it'll be up to you with the Seven of Wands is, like, you don't have to defend your choice that you make either. Um, yeah. So, um, I definitely it feels like accept the one that you, are there and that you will have 2 opportunities that will come up for you there. Just might take a little bit of time for that second one to be offered. With all of this here. What was the bottom of the deck? Yeah, and the Two of Cups. You'll have a choice, you even have emotional choice with the Two of Cups. So there's that choice energy that's coming in here that you will be offered both. And I even have the number 2 High Priestess on the bottom. So step back before you make a decision and go, all right, creator, spirit world, show me, and look behind the veil and dive deep and go, again, trust your intuition. You got both the Queen of Cups and the High Priestess, which is that trust your intuition, not so much your mind, because things can look good on paper, but trust your gut. Go, ooh, I'm getting my spidey sense going, no, no, don't do it, so that's interesting. Let's see what the Moonology, fortune cookie brings in for you as well. All right. Yeah. Full moon in Capricorn, which is the work. It's funny that rolls over the work. So we've got here the end of a tough cycle approaches. And let's see what that tells you here. Come on, there it goes. So, how hard are you willing to work for what you want? This card is reminding you that effort is required. Work issues may be about to come to a head when this card comes up. There you go. If you're wondering if you should stay in your job or leave, this card can be a strong sign to make an exit. The end of a rough time is forecast. This card also asks you to consider how ambitious you are and whether you're prepared to pull out all the stops to make your professional dreams come true without being ruthless. Wow, I love this. That's so much of what you're talking about. If it was a love question, which it's not, this card may be a call to face reality. Whatever situation you're asking about, making a plan will help. If your personal life is troubled, prioritize it more. To attune to this moon, release control and trust the universe. Additional meanings for this card, four of them are: a professional project may be ending now. Admit if you have been overly hard headed or hard nosed. Find a balance between your personal and private lives. And it's time to stop fearing the worst. That's a good one. The teaching this brings you is the full moon in Capricorn has a very strong work ethic and energy and will more than likely come up when you're asking a professional question. It did. If your question is about another matter, it will serve as a much needed reminder to move through any feelings of hopelessness you may have been feeling about your situation. And this applies no matter when you draw the card. Making a plan is far better use of your time. um, I wouldn't say here, because I feel like with the cards, they're basically saying, take the first one with that magician, take the first one. You will have two choices, but take the first one, learn from that, and then trust your gut when the second one comes up. See if that, I feel like this is about, this trusting the universe, letting go, and then just seeing when it comes up and going, okay, this is my plan. I'll take this one since they're offering it. And then because I can change it, I'm not going to need to defend myself if I want to change it. I'm going to trust my gut, and my gut will tell me, spirit will tell you, am I going to do this or am I not going to do this? Because you'd be like, it looks good, but spidey sense is telling me run. Or you're like, it doesn't seem like it's this, but my energy is telling me to go for that, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Yeah, that's a good way to say it too. That definitely resonates with that energy. Yeah. You're funny. All right. So that's what you have there. Hey, Justin L, good to see you. Hello. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking. You never need to ask. You can just post your question out there. Um, so because sometimes if I don't see you asking if you can ask a question, I won't see that for hours and you might be way on the list. So thank you for being polite and asking, but always feel free just to post your question there. So awesome. Um, you are very welcome, and Kitty, thank you again for your donation. I did have one come through here, the PayPal. Let me take a look here. All right. So Maria P, thank you for your donation. I'll get you added up here. We'll dive into that here in a sec. And let me just make sure I did miss anyone else here. So Gabby just finished a Kundalini full moon yoga breath meditation. Zzz, did you feel the bzzz? Yeah, amazing energy, fun, challenging. Different than regular yoga, a lot of long breathing, 7 minutes at a time, along with mantras and mudras and upper body movements. All with very good. Getting into your alignment more and more. I love it. All right, so I didn't do a cheers, everybody. Didn't give you a cheers yet. All right. So, Maria P, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Very nice. I love that for you, Deb. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your donation via the PayPal. Appreciate all of your consistent donations. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. So let's see where they are. Where's okay. Thoughts and feelings. Boom, boom, boom. What kind of movement is he doing to leaving over there? All right. Uh, Over there, dark side. Okay. What changes in duties is coming to work? Um, More or less, more and less. I feel like it's more and less. Is Dr. Laura concerned about your work? Are you getting in trouble at work? Uh-oh. And what is work for you? Okay. Are you doing something that requires you to get in trouble? Do you feel like there's something that you should get in trouble for? But yeah, bottom of the deck, you do have the Lovers card here, which is both a wonderful energy for you and Wally, but it also emphasizes your power of emotional choice and that it's a good energy. I feel like this is a good focus energy for all of us is to remember that no matter what happens in the outside world, that doesn't tell us how we have to feel, right? Regardless of what happens in the outside world, I get to choose how I feel about everything. My joy is and my happiness is not dependent on the outside world, but my thoughts about the outside world that are my choice as well influence my emotions as they kind of influence each other. So when I change my story, if I'm getting reverting to lower vibrational emotions rooted in fear, that usually means I have a story of fear that's igniting, that's asking for this lower vibration emotional soundtrack to join with it. So when we get that anxiety and when we get those emotions come up, it's really a wonderful thing for us after we calm down, right? Through breath exercises like Deb Deb. Do as many slow breaths as we can to calm down. And once we're out of that, we can look at things more clearly instead of frantically in survival mode, right? So I like this and energy for all of us. It's a great reminder. But let's take a look here. What are Wally's thoughts and feelings today? We got the Eight of Cups. His thoughts are about really focused on walking away from relationships that don't serve them anymore, dark side. So they're really thinking a lot about that. That's really on their mind. It's like that's their goal. Now that they've gotten all this point, they've given you that promise ring, right? They're like, they don't do things just like, you know, here's the ring. Maybe she'll shut up now. It's not that, she's, I mean, he's given that to you of, I mean this. He doesn't just give it willy nilly. Going, look, I found this ring on the ground. Here, I promise you for now, he's not that kind of person. He's like, that's why it took him this long to do it, is he wanted to make sure, and he wanted to make sure that's what you wanted too, and so, he's done this, right? And now he's really thinking a lot about that, right? Um, yeah, and as he has the 6 of Swords, is there's a lot of thoughts about transition, energy coming in here, so those 2 cards coming out together, and, emotionally, he's thinking about this beautiful I feel like I'm getting the Queen of Pentacles coming up as the divine counterpart, that he's like, his emotions are, "I want to be a place of security for you," and that's a lot of having to do with his thinking too about financial. How can I make sure I am secure financially where I can take care of me and I can create a secure place for you too and your children, of course. Um, so I like that. All right, what else? What kind of movement is he doing living over there? Yeah. So he is here's the planning with the 2 of Swords. He's trying to figure out he's working on the details that are coming in here, which is, um, about this love energy that's coming in here. Um, so very interesting with this. 'Cause it's the kind of planning he's doing is again, the Ace of Cups can be, like, also your self-love. How can I make sure I'm secure? But then the other two. There's the stuck in the middle energy, and he's trying to figure out how again, he gets stuck in that how he can make everyone happy, that he doesn't leave a situation where he screws over someone, right? Because he doesn't wanna be that, he doesn't like that, that's not who he is. He wants to make sure with leaving and everything that there's security over there, but then we're also secure, right? I'm secure, and then I can provide security for you, but I also don't wanna, you know, be this heel that screws over the ex, kind of energy. Which is great because, when you look at understanding who people are, look how they treat waiters, look how they treat like, in your case, how they treat their mothers is how they'll treat you. Look how people treat their exes also tells you a lot, right? So, you're like, "Alright, this is good," right? Alright. Um, and then so I feel like that's what's going on the dark side right now. Everything else, the dark side feels like quiet. It feels very quiet over there with the energy when I was picking these up here to find out, "Oh, and what else is going on the dark side?" They're like, "No." It's kind of like everyone's quiet, recovering. They're off doing their own thing, and Wally's off doing his thing, is planning, getting things ready, getting things cleaned up, recovering from all this, preparing for all the kids coming back from vacation, right? Um, I walk by a school an elementary school on my walks, and they have a little sign. It says, "School's out. Kids are back on January 7th." And I'm like, "Oh, thanks for the warning." Anyway, so, what's coming at work, more or less? Um, you're actually getting more of something and less of something else. And the 3 of Wands is a change of direction of your duties. 9 of Cups is you're gonna be happy with it because it is like uh I don't feel like it's a dream come true energy, but it's like you're happy about the changes, like, you're given other things to do that are more challenging and you can learn from and more responsibility kind of energy, but a lot of little stuff is being taken away and given to other people. So, it feels positive here. Is Dr. Laura concerned about your work? 10 of Wands. I feel like they're more concerned that they don't wanna overwhelm you with the 10 of Wands. And I don't feel like it's personal, like, "Oh, I don't know if she can handle this." It's a lot to put on someone, you know all at once. Dr. Laura wanted to kind of maybe step it slowly, but the way everything is structured, you can't. It's like you kinda have to move it and do that because otherwise everyone's doing double and triple work, and they're like, so I think that's more the concern in that she's gonna do everything she can to make sure that they're not setting you up for failure, that you're supported during it, and I feel like that's why they had someone come and train that used to do the job, they had them come back in so that you can, um, have the benefit of all that as well. So I like that. Are you getting in trouble at work? And what has work has to do for you here? No, you got the King of Wands and the King of Swords. There's not trouble here. It feels like you're being put and given, with all this kingly energy, you're actually being given more responsibility, given opportunity to learn and grow. With the King of Swords, that's a lot of mental learning and energy. And the King of Wands is about leadership and about, so I feel like you're being put in charge of something. So it feels positive here. It doesn't feel like, you've done something wrong and they're mad at you and they're taking stuff away. I feel like it's the opposite, that you've shown responsibility and um, a lot of growth this year to where they want to give you the opportunity for this growth. So I feel like they believe in you. And I like that. So let's take a look here. We'll get you a fortune cookie here too, if this card will uh, cooperate. There we go. All right, let's see what else we got here. Just flip that back here. All right. Nope, not that. Okay, here we are. Is this one right here? Is this just one? Nope. It's this one on top. All right. So you have the full moon in Gemini. The answers you need are coming. What's interesting is you have the Lover's card on the bottom of the deck, which is Gemini. So the answers you seek are coming, which is good. The answers you need, not even seek, but the answers you need are coming. So maybe not the answers you want, but the answers you need. All right. So this card is a reminder that it's important to speak your truth, but remember that your words have consequences and impact your listener. Right now, you need to guard against indiscretion. You know, I'm going to take this moment to plug this book. I have nothing to do with it. It's just an amazing book that I'm reading. The Next Conversation, Argue Less, Talk More. And Jefferson Fisher is also on Instagram. And he does a lot of that's how why he created his book. He started off on Instagram just sharing little tidbits on how to communicate. And then everyone was like, "We need a book." And so he created this book, and it's amazing. I just finishing up the last written chapter. They have a bonus chapter too that I can access and some other stuff, but it's amazing. I'll be talking about some stuff from his book because it's all about how to communicate and different ways of approaching things. And I feel like with this coming in here, and we've talked about it before, to help your relationship with between you and Wally in any relationship, this can really help. And I highly recommend it for everyone. So there you go. Plugged. All right. So the answers you need may well come soon. The issue you're facing could well be one or a few conversations away from being resolved. If you're inquiring about a love situation, a little flirting may be called for. So flirt with them, you know. We can get kind of used to, you know, that they're there and we forgot. You remember how you used to flirt with them? Do that. If you're in the middle of an argument, this card comes to you as a reminder of the old, very non-Gemini message, least said, soonest mended. It's good to talk, but be careful you aren't causing yourself any issues with your words. Words have enormous power. As metaphysician Florence Scovel Shinn, who lived from 1871 to 1940, put it, your word is your wand. You create magic and your own reality every time you express yourself. To attune to this moon, have an important conversation, but stay calm. Read that book first. Talks about how to have, productive conversations. Additional meanings for this card, don't be superficial. Someone's trying to flirt with you, have you noticed? You need to laugh off this situation and just move on. And job applications have good prospects. There you go. It teaches you here talk, talk, and more talk as the emotional full moon moves into the communication sign of Gemini. It's too easy to say too much, so mind how you go if you pull this card. And this card can also indicate an enjoyable social event since the full moon in Gemini is a great time for socializing. So this card also augurs well for any study you're either taking or considering. So again, there's that learning energy that's coming in here too. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, Maria, and we'll circle back around for your free reading eventually, I'm sure. All right. So many blessings to you. We had some other people come into the room here. We do some shout outs, make sure I got everyone on the list here. All right, there we go here. So we've got, hey, Sanja. Welcome. Wait. It's Sonia, right? No, Santa. That's right. I was going to call you Santa. Hey, Santa. All right. Okay, so you're just giving an update there. Okay. I don't see a question there, right? I mean, he's so kind of nice, but I send you send him away. I'm not ready for you. Circle back around. Take it's like a plane trying to land. No, no, take another circle. All right, no problem. I'm so grateful for your self awareness that you're, realize you're not ready for them there. All right, and got Crescent Moon. Hey, Crescent Moon. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll be up there. And we've got Ashvin Ray as well. Thank you, Ashvin. Add you to the donation list there. We got Just Janelle. Okay, got your question there. Let me add you to the free list here. And then Ashvin Ray. Hello, hello. General for January. We'll put you in there. And Asuna. Hey, I am doing well. How are you doing? Thank you for asking. And Katharina, you are hello, hello. Good to see you as well. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here and for all the thumbs up. I'm so grateful for all of your love and support. And little thumbs up is free and goes a long way. So thank you so much. You're part of the love tsunami when you do that. It does allow me to know that you guys are enjoying the readings. In addition to all that. So, hey, hi, Johanna, Jojo, hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. I'll add you here as well. So we've got, for donations where we're at, we've got Crescent Moon up next, and then Ashvin Ray will be up after that. And then Jojo, you'll be up after that. And then I do have the free reading list here too. Hey, Vibe Wild. Hey, yo. Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year to you too. All right. Hey, Crescent Moon. I don't know if you saw it. So, of course, you won in November. So and I remember you said in January you'll claim your reading once we get into this month. So no pressure. You can do it anytime. But you also won Christmas Day night. So you won another 15-minute as well. And then if that wasn't enough, let me see here. On December 28th, you also won again. So you've got 3 15-minute personal recorded readings that you won. And if you want to do a 30-minute or a 45, you can do that, or you can split it up however you want. You can do three separate 15 minutes and save one for February, March, whatever you want to do. There's no rules. You can do what you want. But I wanted to make sure you knew. Trace Winnings, you are blessed because you're so a blessing. So thank you. All right. So let me take a sip. Cheers, and we'll get into this here. Third eye, private eye. Reading on Sag for today, tomorrow, and Sunday. All right. All right. So Crescent Moon. So today is Saturday, right? Do I have the date somewhere? Today is Saturday, right? Yeah, because I wouldn't be here in the morning. So today is Saturday. So tomorrow is Sunday. Do you mean yesterday, today, and tomorrow? You just screamed, "Woo!" It is Saturday. Yeah, I'm like, "Wait a minute." Crescent Moon's trying to play a trick on me. All right, so we'll start your reading here. We got 110 is your timestamp here, Crescent Moon. So congratulations. So here is this here. And I love that third eye, private eye. So we will do the Sag here. Yeah, turn upside down. Holidays do that too. I know. It's like, what day is it? All right. So all day today, you thought it was Friday. All right. So we'll take a look here. We'll see what their energy was yesterday and what it is today. This is underlying energy, and then for tomorrow. I fe That's usually what you ask. Uh, sometimes. Yeah, let's do that. And let's see what else for tomorrow here, underlying energy. Alright, let's see what we got here. So, we do have the Leo energy here of the Strength card as the overall energy for these periods of time here. Um, so, there is this, I don't know, again, there's the stepping into their power energy of like, I'm really holding my ground, roaring if anyone gets too um controlling to me. So I feel like that's what's been going on yesterday, today, and into tomorrow based on their current energies. Yesterday, yeah, yeah, it looks like they spent the day by themselves here with the Fool card. Let me see if maybe I do it this way. Got the Fool card coming in here and the Hermit card. So two major arcana this, I'm really focusing on what my daily routine's gonna look like. I'm really pulling back. I'm really focusing on, who I wanna be. And the Fool card is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of this new adventure. So they're really into this new year, new energy of, putting forward, New Year's resolutions, but it feels like more of a really, um, like really determined goals. They just flash in my head. I see a lot of, these ADHD planners where it's like you can't have a normal planner because their mind works so different. But I feel like they might have even gotten like an ADHD planner. And they're like, yeah, this is what I'm going to use for this year. And this is helping me understand how I work and how I can get work done. I just feel like it was a day of organization kind of thing coming in. Today's energy with them, let's see what we got. We got the 7 of Wands. Yeah, here's like that Leo sun energy, which is about, being true to one's authentic self, not shrinking, not dimming my light. So today is a day of I'm me and don't try to force me to be anything or anyone. Yeah, we got the star card, this Aquarian energy that's coming in. Really looking at focusing on my dream. What is my dream come true? Energy. Again, not defending what my dream is, and this is what I want, and I'm gonna do what I want. Yeah, and the 9 of Wands, perseverance. Kind of this force field that they're putting up and this breakthrough energy today too. So really determination, it feels like here. I am in the zone of I'm gonna do this. Go, 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 go. It is day 3 of the new year, so, I've been doing it for 2 days, and I'm hitting my goals for the 3rd day. Let's see the underlying energy. Yeah, oh, yeah, and of course, we've got the Cancer full moon going on here, so feeling very emotional, um, but because they're in their positive vibe, they're feeling like super, super hyper and like, "Whoa," overdoing things, right? Overcommitting themselves and, "I can do this and I can do that," and I kind of feel like they're gonna poop out in some things because, yeah, great plans of, "I'm gonna be able to do," you know, what, 10 hours of things in 2 hours. It's like, they kinda overcommit themselves, and then they have to back up a little bit. But very excited, very energetic, very powerful energies that they have coming in with that. Um, let's see what tomorrow brings. Yeah, so they've got this emotional power of choice, Gemini energy, like we just talked about. Let's see what's next to this here. What is this in regards to? Yeah, so it is time of choices tomorrow. It's not about lovers or relationship coming in here, but the power of choice. They're making mental choices and emotional choices tomorrow. A lot of decisions that they're deciding to make. And this makes sense with all this energy that we have, really stepping into their power, really wanting to, Um, make a decision. What I've been on the fence about, I'm in the place of courage and strength to step forward instead of, well, I want to do this, but I'm afraid what people will think, or I don't want to like make enemies of people, but they're like, you know what, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do this in a different way. Let's see what if they'll tell us more. This is the four cards underneath that about what this is about. Yeah, Knight of Swords. Again, seeking clarity. And there's movement of communication tomorrow too with the Knight of Swords. But this doesn't feel like communication like with you kind of energy. This is communication with the people that they're making changes with, you know, or, setting boundaries. That just like popped into my head, like when you're going through Alcoholics Anonymous, and there's like, you need to make retribution with people and apologize for what needs to be apologized, share your truth, and then make the ending kind of thing. And I feel like they're um, kind of ignited to do that with at least one person tomorrow. Yeah, we have the Seven of Swords. So there is this, letting go of thoughts and beliefs that used to keep me, you know, um, from opportunities and stealing things from my life. And the people that have deceived and people that have, you know, um, been manipulative and manipulating them. And so there's an interesting energy that comes in here with that because I feel like that's kind of who they're confronting. But I feel like they're apologizing because I feel like through the holidays, they were very snip, snip, snip short with them, and I feel like the Sag was with them, and I feel like they're now going, kind of overcorrected. We go from not speaking up to "Roar," and then like, "Oh, sorry, I was so loud about that, and then I wanna talk about this," and, I like that. Yep, and then they have movement of emotion. That's funny that we have the Lovers and the Two of Swords. We've got the Knight of Swords and the Knight of Cups, which is allowing emotion to flow too. Um, but I feel like they're sharing their emotions, and they're on this quest of really honing in on their emotions and their thoughts, and, yeah, the Four of Swords overall is trying to find their peace of mind tomorrow with all of this, to put their mind at rest. This worry that they've been having, they're just ready to let expectations go. Like, I'm just gonna do this, I'm gonna reach out and do it and get it over with, because I need this for me and it's on my mind, it's taking too much of my energy. So I feel like it's some ending kind of stuff, which makes sense, going back to that, you know, I'm doing stuff for myself with the Hermit card, and the Full card is this new start without expectations and without a lot behind. So I like all this for them. Very much what's been building, I feel like they're actually putting a lot to um, into practice and into action. So good energies there, I feel. We'll see what the fortune cookie brings in too here. Today we're using the Moonology for the first donations. And then if anyone makes a second donation, there's a different little stack. All right, so let's see what we got here. We have new moon in Taurus. Prosperity lies ahead. So new moon in Taurus. Let's see what this brings in. All right. Come on, fingers, work with me. Okay, here we go. So it says this card will often come up when you're inquiring about a financial matter or when you're doubting your self-worth. So this card suggests, and this is his energy, right? The card suggests you can have what you want, including material things, but you must believe in yourself. So that's our kind of energy with that hermit. I'm choosing myself. So this comes down to the laws of attraction. Value yourself and others will value you too. You can create abundance. Taurus is associated with luxurious Venus, and this card holds the new moon energy. So now's a good time to make a 12-month financial plan. Here's that plan they're making right for the year. This card can also signal the start of a new relationship or of sexier times. But I feel like this one is a new relationship with themselves because they've really kind of sacrificed themselves and ignored themselves, in the past. And it says if you've been wrestling with something for a long time, the new moon in sturdy Taurus is a sign not to give up just yet. And then to attune to the moon, like get or give a massage, healthy body, healthy mind. And I feel like that's kind of what they're doing. That's part of their, I've been working out. I've been doing this for 3 days now. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm making it part of it. Right. So I feel like that's part of it. They're trying to get themselves healthy, healthy mind, healthy emotions, healthy body, healthy energy. Additional meanings for the card. You will soon be able to afford the thing you're dreaming of. Getting clear on what you value most will help you find peace. I feel like that's the big piece of this energy because that peace of mind, what do I value most? And I have been devaluing myself. Take some time to pamper yourself and then start a standing order to a savings account, no matter how small. So I feel like they are looking at trying to build up their finances and security, but they're also putting all this other stuff in action. What we all can learn, but they're learning from this energy, says we often feel that it's somehow wrong to focus on our finances, but the truth is that money can make life far more comfortable from a physical point of view. Taurus knows this, and the new moon in Taurus is the time to work your magic to create the money you want so you can have the creature comforts you want. Remember, though, that someone else is still wishing for what you already have. So, gratitude, right? I like that. So, stubborn Taurus. Let's see, what did you say here? Previously, Spirit had mentioned they are contemplating removing people out of their lives that do not serve them. Yeah, so are they still in the process of doing so? If so, when will that action take place? Yeah, well, tomorrow, right? Well, I feel like one important one tomorrow. So I feel like they were removing people out of their life and they kind of limited their time over the holidays by like not going to that event, not going to that big event that we always all go to. I opted out. I opted out. I'm spending time with myself or I'm going to go somewhere else kind of thing. And I feel like they still kept some communication because they were kind of like, I don't want to be a jerk during the holidays and do all this, but now that the holiday is over, here comes a reckoning, um, and I feel like the one tomorrow feels like maybe mom, where it's, let's get everything out in the open in a way and say, I'm sorry that I was so curt in the way of things, um, and, this is what I need to, I would like to tell you how I feel, and this is what my boundaries are and what I want going forward. And if you're able to do that, then this is what I would like. And as I feel like it's like putting down strong boundaries with them. Others, I feel like, and I don't feel like the Sagittarius energy, they have a hard time just going, chop. They kind of whittle away at the rope until the rope snaps. And then the other person fell away. Not, I didn't end it. They chose to kind of just drifts away. And maybe like a boat, that's tied to the dock with a rope that's twines and you just cut a twine at a time. And eventually it just kind of snaps and it kind of just drifts away. I feel like that's more the energy that I'm feeling from them than action of, but they are putting down boundaries and they are stepping up and they've taken the action of saying no. Saying, well, that's how they did it, right? That's why they kind of overdid the no, but they're kind of still sticking with it. Like with the important people, like the mom, it's like always be a part of my life, but maybe not like this anymore and or like this anymore. It's more like here, you gotta stay on this side of that kind of boundary, if that makes sense. So hopefully that brings the clarity you need there. So thank you again for your donation and congratulations once again. Boom, boom, boom. All right. That's it. Okay. Let me see here. Some people put their free readings out here. Let me grab them here. Hey, yo. All right. So here's Asuna. Well, hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. And oh, thank you so much for your kind comment there, Asuna. Okay, I got those. Santa. You have your new nickname. You are dubbed Santa. We'll do the you've been knighted Santa. And then vibe. Wind. We've got your question here. We'll put that on the free list here. Okay, and then Jojo, we got your for your donation. All right, perfect. All right, let's take oop, my little cup, my little tea turned off. So cheers, everybody. Having some nice mushroom drink here. Already had my designated cup of coffee for this morning. Trying to balance out my coffee instead of drinking a pot of coffee, one in the morning, one in the evening. Balance, but not what do they call that? When you cut yourself off completely from it. I'm not depriving myself, not deprivation, balance. All right. So let's get back into it, everybody. Thank you again for being here and all the thumbs up. So grateful for that. So Ashvin, you are next. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom. All right. And you are up here. Let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me here. And a general for January. All right. Let's see what we got here. What does Spirit want you to know? All right. Get those and those. Oh, and that. So 3, 2, 1. You got a countdown to something here. Let's see what we got going on here. Bottom of the deck, you start off with the 7 of Wands, which is about, being true to your authentic self, standing tall, standing out, not being afraid to stand out, not dimming your light, not asking permission, but like the sun, here I am, blam, like this, here I am, take me or leave me, but I'm not shrinking. Can't stand the heat? Get in the shade, get in the basement, get inside, get in air conditioning, put on sunscreen, put on sunglasses, get a giant sun hat, whatever you need to do. That's up to you. But I'm going to be me, kind of energy. So I like this authenticity energy of and boldness coming forward. It all ends up, I got 3, 2, 1, but they want me to show this card made itself known too. The very end result is the 4 of Wands, which is joy and celebration. Can also be marriage card. But I feel like there's this we'll see what the journey in between is here, but they're like, this is the beginning. You stand out, you shine bright, you're seen, and you end up in this in the end feeling full of joy and possibly a celebration of some kind, possibly even the marriage card, right? So let's see what this is about. The first 3 cards, again, 3, 2, 1 is a countdown to something. You got the Knight of Wands. Yeah, look all this Wands energy. You're on this quest of stepping into your power. Every night quests for the ace of its suit. So this is on the quest for the Ace of Wands, which is action energy. It's the fastest moving horse. Of course, this year, a horse, of course. That's from Mr. Ed, an old TV show. Way, way old TV show. Black and white old TV show. But this February, we move into the fire horse in the Chinese zodiac, and that's this energy, all this wands energy. You're on fire right now with action and movement that comes in here. Yeah, even the magician, action energy, focusing on where, the magician, they have their magic wand. So a lot of this is stepping into your power, which makes sense with the 7 of, wands coming in. And so there is this energy of, I'm the one who decides my life. I'm not at the whim of the outside world, and I feel like January is you stepping into your power, realizing you're not a little baby that's in a baby seat in the back seat, right? You're, being driven around and you have no idea where you're gonna end up. This is, I'm driving the party bus, and what I want in life is what I'm gonna focus on, and I can make happen by what I focus on. If I'm focusing on want and need, that's lack energy. I push things away with the tide of energy. If I'm focusing on fear, that also pushes things away or attracts the thing I'm fearing to me. And so the more I focus in on the higher vibration of what I'm grateful for, I get more of one of the, probably because I love pastries and donuts. The universe showed me, like you go into a bakery or a pastry shop, if you point at all the stuff you hate, you're gonna get a box of donuts or pastries you hate. If you focus on point out all the things you love, you get a box full of things you love. Though, how could anyone ever hate a pastry? I guess it could be a sardine pastry. I might not want that one either. But you're like, no. But, you know, focus on what you love. You also have a lot of clarity that comes in this month with the King of Swords. And the King of Swords, rules over the mind. They're the master of the mind because not only do they rule over the suit with the queen, they get a second portion of swords, which is a lot of mental energy, a lot of clarity connecting to see things from that higher place and cut away the small t truths. You're gifted. They grant you this Ace of Swords, um, to let you see things more clearly. And I feel like this is what's coming in is you're getting clarity around what you really want, not what you're supposed to want, what everyone's told you supposed to be, should be, need to be. This is like you are really finding out what is it I truly want. And then that's when you put a plan together and take action. It's kind of like King of Wands energy or Emperor energy. You're really stepping into this power, right? And then the 2 card, yeah. and and here you go. Here comes, I was thinking Aquarius too, but you got Aquarius energy with the star card. And the 10 of swords is, I'm sick and tired of living up to what everyone else expects me to do. Get rid of the expectations, clearing away all those mindsets and thoughts. And the star card, which is the Aquarius energy, is like your dream come true. But I feel like this is all about letting go of the expectations, letting go of the dream that's not yours, a dream that was put on you, like we all do growing up, and we realize we're living someone else's dream when we wake up in the morning going, "Oh, crap. I gotta live my dream today." That's not our dream. When we were living our dream, we wake up excited to work on the next thing, to take the next step, and the dream isn't about an outcome, it's about what you're doing each moment, the dream of living your dream. That's what it is about, not trying to achieve and get to an outcome. That's the dream. Someday, the living the dream is you can live the dream in this moment. Every step that you take within your dream is living the dream, not the outcome. And there's a lot of this clarity that comes in about what you really want, and following your heart, following your joy, following your excitement that comes in here. And then your last card, yeah, 7 of Pentacles is the results. 7 of Pentacles is this energy. When it's a patience card, last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It takes time for that to all happen. But I feel like here with what I were just talking about with the change of fruit, the 7 of Pentacles also is once fruit starts to grow and you're going, huh, is this really what I want? It's not bringing me, this is really what everyone else wants. This, example that spirit gave me is like, it's like you plant apple tree, apple orchard, because everyone else was telling me, "Oh, we love apple fritters." I go with Danish again. Apple fritters and apple pie and apple juice and apple sauce and baby, baby applesauce baby food, and there's all the stuff everyone likes from apples. So apples is what you should grow, and you're like, all right, because you weren't in tune with your own dream yet. So you took on that dream. You have an apple orchard, and you're like, I'm not really into apples. It's not like my dream. I'll eat an apple. I don't know. And then you realize guacamole. I love guacamole. So what I want instead of apple trees is I want avocado trees. So I'm switching. And I feel like this is what's happening is a lot of clarity around what your dream really is. What is it I really want? What's my joy? And you're switching that up. And I feel like a lot of that is coming in here for January for you. So I like that for you. And I will also pull a fortune cookie here for you to see. But I feel like this is a big eye opening, clarity, exciting. It's not a energy. It's like a, kind of reaching that point of knowing where I wanna head and what I wanna do instead of feeling like you're behind. Because that's what happens when we have all these expectations that we've taken on. We always feel like we're behind trying to get up to 0. So we always feel like we're in the negative. When we're living our dream, we have no expectations. We're just the stuff we're doing feels like abundance that comes in, right? So I love that. Oh, all right. Well, these cards came flying out, but this one said, "It's me." So let's take a look here. Yeah, I love this. So you've got the full moon in Aries. Action, action, energy. Talk about that. Oh my goodness. What does it say? A fiery climax approaches. Yeah, you're ready for this. Here it goes kind of energy. So let's see here. Full moon in Aries. It's time to see if you've been a little bit too much me, me, me. There's a tug of war, sorry, going on between what you want and what someone else wants. But you have to wait a little while to see what's going to happen next. As you wait, ask yourself if you've been handling the situation as sensitively as you could have done. If you know deep down that you've been a little rash or harsh, gone too fast, or overstepped the mark, then accept that on some level you've created this situation yourself, which means you can create your way out of it too. So there is this energy, two things. One of I have myself under all this pressure, and I'm the one that can change that. And then again, by seeking that which is my dream and what I feel my purpose is. There's also, as you're doing this, they're like, be aware not to overdo it, not to, go, everyone leave me alone. I'm going to do what I want to do. It's a gentle movement, not a whoopsh, whoopsh, slapping people around, right? So when this card comes up, a peak is coming and it could be fiery. So it is like this. I feel like you get all this energy back because all this energy that you've been investing in expectations of others, when you stop investing in all that, like what the Ten of Swords was, letting those expectations go, all that energy you were investing in there that was going outward and into a black hole, you get all that flood of energy back and you just feel like this. Wow, why do I feel so energetic? Because your energy is being geared to you instead of into the black holes. To attune to this moon, be nice, be kind, smile, and be polite as you navigate to where you want to be, as I was saying, right? Additional meanings for this card: being assertive is good, just don't ride roughshod over anyone. There you go. If you're in a tense situation, meditate your way to peace. Don't be a baby. Sorry, but this could be the issue. And you need to have more fun. So, whatever those resonate. The teaching you learn from the full moon in Aries is that it is a super fiery time when emotions can run very high. On the upside, there's excitement about what may lie ahead, but tempers are likely to flare with rash comments or decisions. So, no matter when you pull this card, it signals that the situation has just or is about to come to a peak, perhaps in a rather heated way. There could be a price to pay if you've been too competitive or too blunt, right? So, be gentle in your letting go, you know, it's like not living up to people's expectations anymore. Some people do get fiery when you kind of cut off that, and have a boundary. Right, Moonlight? Hey, Moonlight, good to see you. Queen of boundaries. That was your last year. You're like, "Oh, I'll tell you what." Hello, hello, happy Saturday to you. But that's what they have for you, Ashvin, so, uh, hopefully that helps, and many blessings to you. I'm excited for this for you. All right. So shout out, of course, we've got Sama, which is Moonlight. Hello, hello, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the list. And we've got 10. Hey, 10. Happy New Year to you as well. Any details on your next place? All right. We'll add you to the free list here. There we go. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. So cheers, everybody. Take another sip here for donations. We have Jojo up next, and then Moonlight, you'll be right after that. I think. Let me make sure. Let me just check my emails here. Oh, yeah, I can do that already. All right. There we go. You arrived on time. Boom, boom. Hello, hello. All right. So, Jojo, your timestamp is 14213. Well, talk about 1, 2, 3, 4 in a different, uh, you go 1 to 4 to 2 to 1 to 3. Boom, 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 boom. Woohoo. What a life, right? Bunch of experiences. Let's give your donation a love and a like here because it lets me. So thank you for your donation. And here is your question. How are you and AJ connected? Shared internal experiences. All right, let's take a look here. So, how are you and AJ connected here? All right, we got this, we got this, we've got this, we've got this. Okay, we got these are the two things that you guys have in common. All right. And what about the internal? Let's look at that here. All right. Yeah, you must be part of a huge collective because the 3 of Cups does represent like your spirit guides and your tribe, your community kind of energy. So it does feel here, past life kind of connection that they're part of this. But I don't feel like it's part of the acting and singing unless they're really drawn into that. I feel like that's not a commonality that you 2 guys have, right? I feel like this is more, something outside of it. And I kind of feel like, um oh! Oh, age oh, so okay, I get you. Alright, well, then maybe it is. But, wow, isn't that amazing? So you have that strong connection. I do love her too. Um, so she's, um yeah, I mean, there's so much there, so deep, She shows a certain piece, but, um, there's like, I don't know, kind of feels Scorpio, there's some deep, deep stuff that's there, right? Yeah, right. So let's see here, what you guys what's the connection here as well? Yeah. I feel like a lot of it, there's this having overcome a lot of the old mindsets that used to feel restrictive and binding and taking control of their life and that strength energy, that kind of comes in with this kind of emperor energy of I am stepping forward and I've learned and grown and I've let a lot of stuff go and, a lot of changes of mindsets through, time as well. But the strength energy, I feel like there's that. Let's see what's below the surface of that. Yeah, the 10 of Pentacles. really stepping into abundance, and I feel like a big piece of this is understanding what my worth means, and the journey of self-worth, I feel, has really been a part of this, a connection that you guys have. I feel like she's, of course, older, so she's she's on, like, the has made a lot of progress, but I feel like that's what resonates with you is because I feel like you guys do have some of the mindsets of worth that's held you back, some commonalities of things that as she talks about her past, when she does, I feel like you'll resonate with things that, "Yeah, I went through that too. Yeah, I went through that too." And that, she's overcome it, and I feel like you've overcome a lot, but, to see that she's evolved over time and she stands true to herself is kind of that energy of the King of Wands. I now have learned to control my rage. Yeah. It's kind of like I've learned to control my rage, is the message of that. So there you go. No comment. Moving on. You got here also, yeah, Temperance and the Page of Cups. Patience to get what is happy here, doing the work, allowing the alchemy to come in. What's below the surface? Yeah, the 9 of Wands. Yeah, perseverance. So there is this energy here of, you know, allowing things to unfold. But I feel like there's this clarity too of determining what it is you want because I feel like she wandered for a while and she just kind of fell into stuff. But then at a point in her life, she realized I get to decide what I'm going to put in the one cup and the magic I'm going to add to it, and then what I'm going to alchemize. Because it's like if I want to do alchemy, I need to know what I'm starting with and where I'm what I want to end up with, right? I'm going to put this base metal to get gold. That's I know what I'm gonna alchemize. If I'm like, "I don't know what I'm starting with. I don't know where I wanna go," we're just throwing chemicals in and blowing up stuff, right? So, I like that energy. Yeah, right? Maleficent. I like that. She did that for her children. I love that. They ask her, "Why did you do this part?" And she was like, "For my kids. They love Disney, they love the story, and so I wanted to be a part of that." And I was like, "Oh." So, I like that. So good energy there about, refining and refinding her purpose, I feel like is something that you guys, that resonates with too, but that makes sense that she is part of the actor energy that's coming in here. But I do feel like there's more. Maybe that's what this other one is here, because I feel that though you're part of that collective, I feel like there's a special connection that because they started off saying, well, I don't I don't feel like that's the most important one with the acting and, being of that troupe. I feel like there's something else, something more deep and maybe even a sub collective that you're a part of, right? Um, so we'll take a look here and see. Underlying energy. Yeah, the world card. An ending of a certain cycle and the beginning of a new adventure. This freedom energy that comes in. You got the Four of Wands, you got joy and celebration energy. Well, there is that festival kind of energy. Got the Seven of Pentacles. Here's that patience waiting for results. But there's a different energy here with this one. Let me see what else we've got here. Yeah, we got the Sun, success, the Sun and the world, and the Ten of Wands. All this energy that's being kind of poured in here. So very interesting with this because I feel like because this was the one, is there something inner here? And this is the, like, following your joy, looking at the brighter side, because she was so serious when she was younger, so serious. Um, and the cycle ended, and so it kinda reflects a little bit on some of this other, but I feel like, there she, um, went from this real seriousness of that life and, like, everything is so important, that she learned to laugh, and I feel like when they adopted children, when sh did she have a child, or are all hers adopted? But I feel like when children came into her life, that changed things, that and I feel like she even was at, because I feel like she was whittling away and she was getting sick and she was, like, almost dying, and when she was with Brad Pitt, and there was something that changed in her where she stepped up into her power, and that's why they kinda split up too, because I feel like she ended an old pattern that she had, and she's standing true to herself. And I feel like that's kind of this energy that comes in, that 7 of Pentacles is that energy of the fruit, didn't match what I wanted anymore. I wanted to find my joy, find my light, and a change of energy from things feeling like a burden to things feeling like abundance. I feel like she made some big changes there, and I feel like that is gonna be a big piece of the journey that you have, that, not having the fear of change, but and also the gaining the clarity and being willing to be flexible and change, going, "I don't wanna do this anymore, I wanna do this," and sometimes doing things that, "Yeah, I gotta do this, but I'm investing most of my energy in what I want and where I wanna head." Using some of my energy to maintain some stuff, but really my energy in what I want to grow in life. I feel like that's the big piece of this, and it almost feels like, with this world card, you know, it's it's knowing when things need to end and not being afraid to end them, no matter what the fearing what the world will think. That's the big thing here because, of course, when um when they split up, there was all this, everyone doing the, "Oh my god, I can't believe," and accusations and things being blown out of proportion and all that, and she was like, "I'm gonna do what I need to do. I'm not afraid," but she did it from a different place. Before, she would do it out of fear, but I feel like this was she did it out of love for herself. So, I feel like that's a big there's like that joining together with that. So, hopefully that makes sense. All right, now I'm gonna have to watch something from and I liked her I mean, I liked her in, like, a lot of things that she's been in. The Tourist, I liked it with Johnny Depp. I like her little I like their interactions that were funny. Alright, your fortune cookie is Blue Moon, believe in the impossible. Wow, and that's very Angelina Jolie energy too, right? Just believing in the impossible. It just feels like her energy. Yeah, Wanted, yeah, I love that too, and Hackers. That was an old one, right? Hackers, if I remember, but yeah, I like those too. I loved her and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Alright. So it says, as the saying goes, some things happen only once in a blue moon. In other words, hardly ever. So drawing this card suggests you're about to get a rare chance and that something one off could well be about to happen. Oh my God, are you going to meet her in person? I'm just kidding. We'll see what's coming in here. This card is a very positive sign if you felt like you're hoping for too much or asking too much of the universe. Whatever you are asking about, well, it might only happen once in a blue moon, but it can happen. However, with this rare opportunity before you, it's important that you believe in it. If you convince yourself that whatever you're asking about can never go in your favor, then guess what? It won't go in your favor. Be grateful for this card, which is a reminder to believe in your dreams. Boom. Yes. Salt was really good too. I love that one. The 90s, yeah. The to attune to this moon, pronounce or announce, I'm lucky. And additional meanings for this card, miss this chance and it might not come back anytime soon. What happened may only happen once. The person you're inquiring about is a rare find. She is. If you can believe it, you can achieve it. And this situation's unlikely to repeat. The teaching of this is there are usually 3 full moons between each equinox and solstice, and vice versa. Sometimes, though, we get 4 full moons in a single season, and when that happens, the 3rd one of the season's 4 full moons is called a blue moon. At least, that was the original definition of a blue moon. These days, it's popular to use the blue moon for the 2nd full moon in any calendar month that has 2 full moons. So there's a couple ways that a moon can be a blue moon, but what a great energy to have in regards to that. But I feel like this is referring to your career, your dream aspirations of acting and singing and sharing. So I love that for you. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Cheers, everybody. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So let's take a look here. So that is your free question. Make sure if anyone else came in here. Yes, boundaries. That's right. All right. Okay. And then here is your free reading. Moonlight. I'll add you onto the list here too. All right. All right. Very good. Okay. So we are to Moonlight. Here is your timestamp for your donation. We'll eventually circle back around for your free reading. And you've got nope. Your little sticker. So thanks for your donation and your question. You're wondering if your son has learned anything from the week before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was working, not even your son, right? Well, will he get a new job before, um is that March 30th? Will he keep his job until his education is done, or did he choose the wrong topic? All right. You used to you're not left here, but now you that was, JoJo. I get it. All right. So, let's ask, what has your son learned from the week before Christmas? Because we're always learning, but what did he learn? Let's see here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And then will he get a new job before March 30th? Okay. And then will he keep his job until his education is done based on current energies? And did he choose the wrong topic? I know, such good movies, right? It's going to be an Angelina Jolie afternoon for some people. All right. So, bottom of the deck. Oh my gosh, yeah. They definitely are going through this shaking and rattling of a long-term, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are coming in here. The Ace of Swords is about clarity coming in, even their power of choice energy underneath all that, that they're learning a lot about, you know, this. And then the Three of Cups underneath that too, which has to do with their tribe and their friends. So I feel like they're learning a lot about choices, and the repercussions that come from it, like we all do. So I feel like they're doing that here. Um, so yeah, you're not sleeping now. Yeah, let's take a look here. So the first one is what did he learn from all this here? Yeah, the 4 of Swords, which is about letting go of some expectations. Let's see what this is about here. Yeah, the 5 of Wands, which is friends and drama, and the 2 of Pentacles about balance. Again, here's the power of making choices in the, the outside world here too. So, it does feel here that they've learned, that especially with this 5 of Wands and the 4 of Swords, this is the expectations of friends, and life is more peaceful when you let go of trying to please people, especially your friends, and that the choices you make in the outside world do have repercussions. That is on here, right? A little part of his brain. Yeah. So it did ignite here. So I do feel like, and again, with all this, he's going through this time in his life where he's learning, you know, about what being an adult is, and that when you had someone to blame or someone to tell you what to do, and then we're like, I don't want people to tell me what to do. I'm going to make my own decisions. And then, and you trip over stuff and you're like, oh, that's why we don't do that. Okay. I know you told me that, but now I understand it because I've experienced it, right? So I feel like they like learning from doing, right? Um, will he get a new job before March 30th? We've got this King of Wands and Emperor energy. Um, there is great possibilities for it here. We got Aries energy of the Emperor, which March 20th, right, is Aries season. So you said by March 30th, March 20th. You're like, that would, based on current energy, it'd be like, a week before it needs to happen. Oh, here comes the job, right? Um, yeah, when consequences hit, right? Yeah. So it does feel like there's action, there's movement, but they have to decide. And I feel like they procrastinate a little bit and then they're like, "Oh god, I got to do this." And when they have to, they can do it. But I don't feel like they're very good at planning. Do they have ADHD a little bit? Cuz I feel like they're more um they work well under pressure, but their skill right now is not planning, I feel. I feel like they get distracted a lot and go off on bunny trails, but when they're like, "Oh god, I gotta get this done," boom, they'll get it done and make it happen kind of energy. Um, will he keep his job until his education is done? Let's take a look here. We have the Page of Pentacles, which is abundance. So finances, opportunities that come in. We have the Seven of Pentacles, which is the fruit from the tree. And I do feel this is long term, that they'll eventually keep different jobs until their education is done, but they will always have the fruit and get the results, and they will do that. Um, it's funny because we got the moon card. I don't feel I feel like this is a little bit of energy of going, I know mom will always bail me out, so I'm not as scared because you are like a safety net for him. But you always get the moon card. That's cracked me up. Yeah, a very expensive lesson, right? But I feel like there's this, energy of like knowing that you're there for them, and um like you always said, "Well, he's gotta eat. I'll always make sure he at least has food," you know? He's not gonna starve, so I'll always make sure he has at least that, but other stuff, too bad. You can wear the same old clothes. You get the necessities. So, I like that energy, but I feel like they do. keep a job of some sort, keeping abundance coming in throughout it. And what about his choice of, um, topic? I feel like with the 9 of swords, I feel like he did do this out of fear, out of expectations and mindset, and I do feel here he's unsure of what he's supposed to do and should do, and so he did it more out of a reactionary energy. Again, this people pleasing and what will the world think, and a lot of the, what he learned growing up from everywhere else, about the supposed to be and the should be and the need to be. I feel like he'll end up changing it with the 9 of swords, because the 9 of swords is almost to the 10 of swords, which is I'm sick and tired of being, trying to please everyone else. What do I really want? You know? And he's still young-ish, right? I mean, he's he's learning and going through we go through our Saturn return anywhere from 23 to 33 where our life starts getting shaken up and our old thoughts and beliefs get rattled so that we, can learn from different things. Oh, he has lots of ADHD. Well, that makes sense then. Um, and, we do have the 2 of swords on the bottom, which is about, you know, being drawn into 2 different places and a decision that is made later. So, I do feel like he will end up changing his topic of his education. Well, I mean, he's gonna have jobs, I don't feel like he has, like, gaps in between. I feel like more the energy I felt was more like, "Okay, I'm tired of this one, but now when I make more money, I'm gonna go switch, and I'm gonna go switch, and I'm gonna go switch." But so I don't feel like it's like I got fired and there's gaps. I feel or I quit and there's gaps. I feel like I leave a job to go to another one. 'Cause he wants to have things to buy, I feel like he's wanting to, you know be able to do things and different things like that. So, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in. Yeah, new moon in Scorpio, work through your fears. So here we go. Their energy and maybe yours. We'll see how it resonates for you. But because this fortune cookie can be for the person that if we're doing that or doing the other. Oh, his dad told him to do that. And he's like, "All right." But now he's like, "No." So this card suggests a rebirth. There you go. Think of your situation as the phoenix that's rising from the ashes as birth, death, rebirth, paradigm. That's what Scorpio energy is all about. Whatever you've been through, there's a new start ahead. It might be a little dark. It almost certainly won't be rainbows and unicorns, but it will be deep and transforming. This card also suggests that if you know you are magical, then this is the time to work your magic. Can also herald the starting of a sexier time if you've been experiencing something of a drought, and emotional intimacy is also on the menu. Scorpio is the sign that likes to go deep into body, mind, and spirit. So when this card comes up, there's nothing superficial about what's coming your way or his way. Uh-oh. So tuning to the moon is have some sexy time. The additional meanings for this card, there's 5. Time to let go of a grudge you're holding, move on from jealousy, stop being obsessive. Could it be you're being paranoid and make an investment? So, however those resonate to their life, yours, or any of us that are listening to this, right? Hey now, hey now. Let's not get personal. Don't make me channel your grandmother from the other side. I'm just kidding. The teaching that you get from the new moon in Scorpio. Scorpio is the sign of death and rebirth, magic and shamans. Its energy is a little bit dark, occult, even scary. Not all of us like to face the shadow, but Scorpio demands it. In fact, it's through working through your dark side that you can get to the light and the new moon in Scorpio. And the appearance of this card at any other time suggests you need to do that now. He absolutely wants money. Yeah. So I feel like he's going to realize I'm not giving you extra money to buy stuff. I'm going to make sure you have what you need to live. And that's it. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation and enjoy your adventure. Yeah. How old is he? Because I feel like he's getting close to starting his Saturn return, which like it starts at 23, it at the, around 23, lasts till we're 33, but it kind of climaxes at 29. That's why, that you're 30. You're probably not wrong, but a lot of us don't mature until we've gone through our first Saturn return because we're letting go of a lot of all these mindsets and all the stuff that we're challenging. We really start stepping into our own around 29 and 30 and 31, 32, 33. And then our second one is when we're like 58. So it's 53 to 63. I just had my, um, last year was my Saturn return for 58. I'm going to be 59 this year. Oh my gosh. In about a month and a week. Oh, no. It's all right. We'll see how I handle 60. All the other ones haven't been bad because I have an older brother, so they turn, ages first, and I have 3 years to get used to it. Like, my brother's already 60. I'm like, "Wow, my brother's 60. Wow, wow." And then it's okay with me. Yeah, it's his oracle, right? All right. So many blessings to you, my friend. Many, many, many blessings. Let's see here. We had Cheap Ass Me. Hello, everybody. Hello. Glad you found us here. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. I do see you have a question here. There it is. So what you were hoping to get a reading for your job security for 2026. We'll add you to the free list here. And I think that's here. Oh, yeah, vibe. So you're like on the verge. You're going to start to feel the vibration of that Saturn energy of, looking at like that. Do I look like or a lot like a family member who has passed? Interestingly enough, not one that I've known, but, a real quick fast story, and if I don't have any other donations, we'll jump into free readings, but I'll just tell you this really, really quick. Um, my dad didn't know his mom growing up a lot because when, his dad was overseas in World War II, um, she went and dropped him off at, his father's mother's house, his grandmother's house to raise him, and he never like, until he was, like, in his 60s, he didn't, um he didn't, know her, and he finally found her and reached out to her, and he went to visit her after all those years, and she had a bunch of old family photos and all this, and, um, one of my dad this was a lifetime ago, he had this video. He took a video of all of them because she didn't wanna give them up to anyone yet, but she let him film them all, and when I saw it was on VCR tape, that was how long ago it was, when we were playing it, my brother my he had sent the videotape to my brother, and I went up to he only lived a couple hours away. I went up and right at this point, my brother stopped the video, and he was like, "Who's that look like?" And I swear it was a spitting image of me, but I had my hair slicked back, and it was in a library. He was like I think he was Russian, but it was an exact oh, wow. Well, maybe my dad, but it was like, uh, it was amazing because he, I mean, it looked exactly like me. So that's who I am, but you said an older man, that I look like. I'm not sure, um, you know not anyone who's passed, because I didn't really look like my grandparents, like my grandfathers, so I'm gonna meet someone this year. Oh, you mean romantically? Talk about a blue moon. We'll see. Yeah, thank you, Vibe. Um, Saturn returns real quick too, and then I will jump into free readings, but that's a good question since I brought it up. So a Saturn return in your birth chart when Saturn, wherever Saturn is when you were born, takes 28 years or 29 years for it to 28, 29 years for it to go all the way around to be in the exact sign and degree it was when you were born. And it, so it's 29 and 58 and 80, but what did I say? 58, 88, 89, whatever 28 times 3 is. So there is this zoom, 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 zoom. The first one that we go through is like, yeah, my dad is older than me, but didn't she say someone who's passed away? But I don't like when I'm next to my dad, I look like my dad, and when I'm next to my mom, I look like my mom. But, you know, I wouldn't say that we look like that. Anyway, so the first one around is the most abrasive and disruptive because it's the first time we question the tribal thoughts and beliefs we had growing up, and because we were always it was so enforced in us for our safety, and out of praise and punishment, we took on all these opinions, but now we're at a place of I'm ready to start questioning my opinions, and we make significant changes. Whatever we don't deal with then at that Saturn return, we do the second one, but the second one is so much more lighter because we learn not by having all of these beliefs in our face to question. We question by watching other people and experiencing other people go through things, not us. And it has been a wonderful in comparison to the other one. It's been much lighter and freer. I feel like the third return, we do this kind of like a teacher more so than we do. Like, I feel like we learn the hard way in our 20s. We learn by watching other people in our 50s-ish, and then in our 80s, I feel like we teach people, things by our own experiences, so, it's very interesting. So that's what we have. Hopefully, that helps a little bit there. And if you're wanting to know what your Saturn returns are, even if you Google Saturn return dates, sometimes there's these free little things you just plug in your information and they tell you when all your returns are. But you can look it in like if you have any kind of it's not an appendix. It's the planetary charts thingy. I don't know why I can't think of it, but anyway, because Spirit's like, "All right, let's move on with, bringing readings for people." I'm like, "All right, that sounds good." So, thank you guys again so much for all your thumbs up and all your love and support and your questions. I love your thirst for astrology and people and, um, hearing from people on the other side and from Spirit and, this wonderful journey that we're all in together. So, thank you guys for being here. All right. So real quick, the free readings we have Jean XO and then Anshul and then Preeti and Swaroop, Shanae and then Minu and then Livier and then Teshi and then Maria P and then Just Janelle and then Ashvin Ray and then Asuna and then Vibe and then Tan Hopkins and then Summer, Moonlight, and then Cheap Ass Me. So that's where we're at for free readings, just so you can, if you're here, you kind of know where you're gonna fall here. And if you need to run away to do anything, just know that when I'm done with each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps, so you can always find that, and while I'm thinking about it too, um, once I'm done with this stream, I'm gonna go for my walk. Since I didn't go this morning, it was, like, 32 degrees, and I thought, "I'll wait and go in between," didn't wanna rush. Um, but you can get into this full moon drawing here. It's not too late. When I come back from my walk, I'm gonna pull the winner. So, be sure if you want interested in possibly winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, be sure to check out that video to find out how to get into that. All right. So, let us jump in here. So, Gene XO, you are up here. All right. You got 222. So hello, hello. Want to ask what our eyes, thoughts, and feelings are towards you after yesterday's and see the underlying energies. I'm here. I'm here. I know I saw you chatting. Telling me I'm going to meet maybe someone significant this year. It's going to have to be someone really significant because my cost benefit analysis is I enjoy my freedom and just being by myself. It's gonna have to be, like Ricky Martin coming, coming to my door going, "Hey, brother Z." All right, let's take a look here. What are their thoughts and feelings and the underlying energies? So their thoughts, after yesterday, yeah, we've got the Aquarius star energy here. So Aquarius energy, of course, which, I, uh every Aquarius is different soup, but water bearers, they have emotions, but they contain them a lot, right? So their thoughts are more balanced, more containing their emotions, and kind of they can have a, a sense to see that, right? Yeah, right. The star the other day. So there is that energy of, seeing things from a mental perspective and maybe getting caught up in their head a little bit. And I have friends who are married to Aquarians, right? And there's this. Sorry, I was reading what Moonlight said. Stop. I need to focus. You guys can chat. I just need. I was saying stop to me. I need to stop looking at the chat. Um, but there's this, sense of I need to, like, keep my emotions contained. Oh, I was saying that I have friends who are married to Aquarians, and they're like, sometimes they just have to ask for emotion because they forget. And it's true. They'll get caught up into saving the world and looking at the world and doing all this that they forget, "Oh, I'm in a relationship," because Aquarians put the entire world in one bucket and go, "Everyone's my friend." People are like, "Are you my friend?" "Yeah, you are." It's like the circle is either almost the one person we're with, and then everyone else in the world is included together. That's kind of Aquarius viewpoint a little bit. So, there is this kind of energy. I don't think they're Aquarius, right? But there's this they kinda have that maybe they have some sort of that in their chart or something that they kinda contain their emotions rather than share them. But let's see here, we wanted to know about feelings. What are those feelings below the surface? Wow, and you got the Hierophant, which is Taurus energy, more about the senses, ruled by Venus, but it's more sensual than it is emotional when we get the Hierophant coming in. And their emotions are trying to see things differently, and there's this change. Scorpio, Sun, Capricorn, Venus, and I think a Cancer moon. Yeah, wow, a lot of emotion below the surface there. But, the bottom of the deck, you've got the 7 of Swords, which has a lot to do with their, you know, I don't feel like they're being deceptive purposely or anything. I just feel this is about their own thoughts well, they are Scorpio, right? Their secrets. Keeping their secrets, delving into secrets too, depending if you're lower expression or higher expression of Scorpio. But there's this, they're really questioning their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have made them feel like things were stolen out of their life and ridiculous Scorpio men. Yeah, and that they feel like this is more focused in on that they feel very restrictive. They feel very, those beliefs about my end as I just said this earlier, right? I don't think I have Scorpio in my chart. Maybe I do. I think I do somewhere. I should know my chart. Um, but there's this I enjoy my independence. I don't want to be told what to do or disappoint people. And I feel like that's the big piece of what keeps them containing their emotions is because when they've expressed them before, they got stomped on, right? Yeah. And that can be definitely with that, um, the star card is a dream come true, but they're like saying, that saying that's gonna be one of their beliefs. If something seems too good to be true, it's because it is, that's kind of their energy of, I don't know, I believed it before and I got stomped on. I don't believe it anymore. I'm very cautious and suspicious. Um, but they also ask suspicious as too. So they are suspicious. Anyway, hopefully that helps a little bit clarity there, Gene, right? Yeah, yeah. So it is this kind of interesting internal focus, which we know that they're in that right now, right? But that hierophant, the trying to see things from a higher perspective and trying to overcome those things is definitely there as well, right? So hopefully that helps, Gene. That's what they got for you right now. All right. Hey, Sudeshna is in the house. Hello, Sudeshna. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation. Let's get you onto the list up here so we'll step away from free reading. I know we did one free reading and I'm like, all right, or going to donations. Bye. We will get to everyone here, I feel eventually. How are we on time yet? Yeah, we're at 2.5 hours. So all right. So Sudeshna, you got 22828. Look at that. Look at your timestamp. You're very welcome, Gene. Much love to you. Give that a love and a like there, Sudeshna. And so a full moon message for you. What can you expect and what's changing, right? Guidance. So cheers to you. All right. So let's take a look here for this this full moon. What do they have here for you? What can you expect and what changes? This full moon energy, we got this, and we've got this and this, and this and this. All right. Yeah, we do have the Page of Pentacles coming in here. So a lot of what's coming in with this Cancer full moon, super moon energy has to do with seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way in this, here as well. So, I feel like that's a big theme of that here. All right, Vibe, take care. Make sure to come back. I will have your timestamp in the pinned comment so you'll still get your reading. But sleep well and dream well with this Cancer moon energy. All right. But I feel like um, we've got the high priestess energy that comes in here too for you, Sudeshna, which is all about, make sure you take time to step away, connect with this beautiful energy of Mother Moon. And if you didn't watch the beginning of last night's stream, I do a full moon ritual at the beginning, and I talk about some things you can do to help with that full moon energy. So, unless you have your own practice already in mind, take a look at it. It's free to check out. It's just at the beginning. If you go to my main page and look at the last video stream that came out, then you can, see that there. And and partake to whatever you wanna do in that there, but that definitely is about take some time to step back, get quiet, connect, look behind the veil, dive deep, especially into the old emotions. It's one of the big things that we can release during this moon, and I feel like that's what this high priest is doing, is look at some of this stagnant old emotional energy that's ready to let's get it moving here, right? Put some Drano in there, and some spiritual Drano, and let's get the stuff flowing, right? So, I like that. What can you expect? You got the Fool card here with this new start, ending of old cycles, beginning of new adventures. That is very much the culmination of the full moon, right? And the Nine of Swords, which is your nightmare and insomnia energy and fear energy. But with it coming out with the Fool card next to it, that is about a releasing of the old ways, right? Because we just finished with the World card, which is the last card in the major arcana, to get to the Zero card, the Full card. Possibilities, not restriction, not expectations, not fears, but joy and abundance and excitement about things. And so I definitely feel like what you can expect is this release energy that helps you release mindsets and emotions that aren't serving anymore. Whoa, that bring in I talk too much with my hands. I almost knocked my iPad off here, or my Android pad or whatever, but it's like, you know. So I like this for you because it is this release. Below that, yeah, you have the Ace of Swords. So you're given this gift of the Ace of Swords, which allows you to cut away the old thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore, these that are rooted in fear. They give you this higher perspective of things from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, right? So there's this big change that comes in with this energy. It's giving you a great opportunity and possibility to let stuff go and flow so that you can bring it in. So I like that. Um, what changes? Let's take a look here. These are what changes here. Yeah, you got here's that Queen of Cups again, which is like the High Priestess, really honing in into your inner connection to the moon. And the 10 of Pentacles is what changes here. 10 of Pentacles energy is about abundance, fullness of life in the outside world, and I feel like this is because of these expectations chain that are happening, the release of these expectations, this is what you're looking at things from a place of your heart rather than from the place of the mind, and I feel like that's the big change is that you're dropping from here into your heart. And instead of the supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, you're feeling this like it's like almost like, your higher self and spiritual posses grabbing your heart like a chain around your neck and going, come this way. And you're feeling this draw that you just can't help. And you're just being drawn that way. Below the surface of that, yeah, you do have the Ace of Pentacles. So new opportunities that open up here. And the Six of Wands, yeah, victory and movement energy coming in here too. An opportunity for movement. If this is one of the things with the 10 of Pentacles is about relationship too. And with this emotional release of the old, letting go of the expectations, you do have that new opportunity we talked about where someone gets drawn towards you. Because I feel like that's the big I know, we're gonna dive into your work and your free reading that I'll do on Monday, but, I feel like besides work, I feel like relationship is, like, the thing that's like, "Oh my god," right? And that's what the 10 of Pentacles is job, it is a relationship, it is home and money and body and it's everything, but that as you release these expectations and release this old energy and these things, it does change things for you. Which brings you to, yep, the Tower. So there we go. Just in case, it's not Mr. T. I have to bring in the tower just to tell you, right? Just trusting that the things that are being moved out of your life are happening for you to give you the beautiful space to allow what is more in alignment with who you are and where you want to go, to be there instead of something that's holding you back, something that's anchoring you, keeping you from moving forward and stagnating, right? So I love this for you. Powerful energy, I feel. We'll see what your moonology fortune cookie brings in here too. Whoops, just knocking stuff around. It's like, whoa, it's moving on its own. That was my hand down there. It's magic. All right. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. I know I can be silly. I can be silly sometimes. And that's all right. Rather me be silly than being pissy, right? Amen to that, brother. All right. Trust me. I used to have a very uh my eyebrow would go up and whoa. All right, you got look at the bigger picture. Your full moon in Sagittarius. Beautiful, beautiful, powerful card there. So full moon. Oh, open right up to it. Are you thinking too much about the details of your dilemma? Fretting over minutia can be counterproductive. Or perhaps you're being all talk and no action? This card is a reminder that while it's good to think things through, sometimes you need to step back and look at the bigger picture. What do you see? I'm sorry. What do you then see about your current situation? What's the most positive thought you can have about it? Now is the time to count your blessings, even if you don't yet have exactly what you want. And this card is also a reminder there's that focus on gratitude, right? This card is also a reminder that we often have to take a few risks and go with uncertainty on this journey called life. Try to keep an open mind about what's for the best, right? Let go of the restrictive expectations. The universe could surprise you. To tune to the moon, this moon energy here, take time out for a mini break or adventure. Additional meanings for the card is that this situation may have come around because you've been distracted. Two, be confident without being overconfident to win the day. Three, have you shown that you care? If not, now is the time. And number four, find a balance between speaking your mind and saying too much. So, the teaching that this card brings in for you, it says the full moon in Sagittarius is a time when we're reminded that life is an adventure and there's a big, wide world to see beyond our backyard. It's about having fun and being prepared to sail into uncharted territory. It's about big ideas versus the details. No matter when you draw this card, it encourages you to look at the bigger picture. Wow. I love that for you. All right, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Like I said, on Monday, my Monday, I know you're on the other side of the planet. So on my Monday, possibly your Tuesday morning, um, I'll complete your free reading. Is my plan if all goes well. All right, and then we have another donation here with Sama. So Moonlight, here is your second timestamp. Thank you so much for your additional donation. Here it is. Boom, boom. Yeah, tired, right? Cheers, cheers, cheers. All right. So you want to know, will you be able to go to a rehabilitation center for 4, 6, or 12 weeks in 2026? And will it result in better movement and less pain in your joints? You don't want to use medication Well, you said meditation, but I'm sure you would use meditation. But medication, I know you kinda wanna keep that, stuff out of your body, I know. Alright. So, of course, disclaimer in the description box of the video, I'm not a medical professional or anything like that. Whenever we start talking about health, I just need to say that. Tarot is for fun, tarot is for entertainment purposes, and ultimately, everyone else, everyone should consult professionals when making important decisions and or whatever is important to you in your life, right? All right. Disclaimer made. Check, check. So let's take a look here. Will you be able, based on current energies, will you be able to? Okay, thank you. And will it result in better movement and less pain in the joints? All right. And something that I'm going to be trying, um, vibration is very powerful. And I just got these. My brother recommended these because both my dad and my brother are using it. It's the tuning forks, bzzz, the vibration of the tuning forks help with pains and joints and different things in our body and flow of things. They even have these like electric ones that put out vibration, and both my brother and my father use them, and they're just like, it's amazing because they can change the hertz, whatever, put it in the same as like Earth's tone, and it helps you sleep at night. And there's these different ones. I'll let you guys know how it goes for me, and maybe once I get them out of the box, because I got them last week and I haven't used them yet because I've been busy rearranging and sorting and doing stuff, but I'll let you guys know. In fact, I have it on my calendar to do that sometime today or tonight. So maybe tomorrow I'll show you guys, what they are and maybe even play them on here. There we go. So, just, came in out of the blue out of nowhere for you there, Moonlight, so something to consider. All right, so let's take a look here. First of all, will you be able to get into a rehabilitation center for 4, 6, or 12 weeks? Um, there's a lot of energy movement here. You got the 7 of Wands to the 10 of Wands here, to a grounding sheet, yeah. So maybe that was your confirmation. Because this is a change of energy, a change of vibration with the 7 of Wands. It's about being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine. But it does feel like there's this block, excuse me, with the 7 of Wands moving to the 10 of Wands of flow, and a change in of energy from focusing on burden to focusing in on abundance too, right? So focusing on gratitude, but I feel like this is vibrational, and I feel like this is just confirming what we were just talking about with it's all about vibration and frequency because we are vibration. And even the singing bowl, that's where it originated with the Tibetan monks. They created them with the belief many, many thousand or more years ago of the body's energy. And when we deal with enough lower vibration, it creates pockets of low vibration. And the singing bowls are to revitalize and re-energize those areas to raise the vibration to put it back at a healthy place. Yeah, every day, I get you. I love singing bowls too, especially the low ones. Let's see, well, if so, I don't know, I almost feel like you don't need to go there. Um, let's see what else unfolds here regarding this, because will it result in more movement? You have the 2 of Wands, the power of your energetic choices. Interesting. What comes after that? The 10 of cups, focusing on joy. Again, these 10s, I do feel like there's gonna be a significant ending and beginning here, both with your mental vibrational choices, energy choices, your emotional, your your own your own energetic, but the physical vibration and physical energy, I feel is like a huge thing that's here. So, um, yeah, definitely, um, because we can listen to the radio and listen to YouTube videos, but when I was reading up on this a little bit before I went ahead, I mean, just my brother and my dad mentioning it, they're kind of skeptical, you know you know, um, individuals as far as they don't just, "Hey," it's like, "Hmm." So, I trusted that, but I researched a little bit and, they said, like, listening to it and having it live in front of you is different than listening to it because sometimes speakers don't give you the amount of hertz, that comes through the HZs, not the ows, ow, the megahertz, like the hertz, right? So, I like this energy here because it feels like your emotional energy is evolving and changing even more, your mental energy is changing, your where you're purposely focusing your energy is changing, but this physical energetic change, I feel like is a huge piece for you here. Yeah, oh my gosh, and the 10 of Pentacles. You definitely this year is gonna be a transformative year for you. You got 3 of the 10s, we still have 1 more card left, and there is this change. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Temperance card and the Magician and the Page of Wands and the 8 of Wands, and here's the 10 of Swords, which then has the Ace of Wands. So, just to quickly, Temperance is alchemy, and so it's, the amount of magic that you put into the process, the faster it relief comes for you, right? Sagittarius energy, again, that's like my dad. He's a Sagittarius, so there's this, you know, the vibration, the energy that comes in. When you got the Magician, they're the ones that have the magic wand. It's this energy that you bring down from the heavens through your body too. But you have the Page of Wands, which with all these other wands energies is taking energy to a new level. And then you had the 8 of Wands, which is the flow of energy, and then you had the 10 of Swords, which is letting go of mindsets that don't serve you anymore. So you've got all the 10s showed themselves here with endings and beginnings of mental changes, emotional changes, energetic changes, and physical changes that come in here. And then you had the Ace of Wands, which is stepping into your power of your energy. So all of these that just kept going below the surface here too, just add it all into that. You use stretching, yoga, and dancing when it's too cold to go outside. Almost use ear pods, listening to healing frequencies. Year of the Horse, it starts in February, I believe, February to March, right? Yeah, absolutely. And then, yeah, and your last one is the Hierophant, which is the change, Taurus energy, the change of the physical world. So I do feel like if I don't feel like you're gonna need to go to the rehab there, but if you if you, I feel like if you feel like you want to and that's something you want to happen, it's about gratitude and taking action toward it, and then just getting out of the mind that it's not possible or it's hard to get in there and just going, universe, if this is something that will help my body, um, and is the best route to go, for me, I'm gonna try to do it and please open the door. And then the door will open or the door won't, and that'll be your answer. But it's your energy. If we getting out of that, our lower vibrational mindsets, emotions, and all that, when we go into that other, it can unfold. So I like that. But I really like this energy of these vibrations and all that. So I'll make it a priority to look at that tonight or even in between sessions. I'm not sure. It's almost 2. Then I wanna finish the free reading, so it'll be 3, go for a walk, 4, gotta eat to 5. I may not get to it before the next session. Looking at the other stuff. Oh, and pulling the winner, doing the, video announcement of the winner too, so probably not till later. Whoa, boom. So let's see what else they have here for you. Yep, step out of your comfort zone with the North Node, which is kind of a fate energy and a life purpose energy. So I feel like you wanted to experience this in this lifetime to, encounter this and move through this and step into your power through this as well. I thought Chinese New Year, maybe last year it was in February. I just always thought Chinese New Year was in February, but maybe it is March. My Saturdays are big. I might be looking at changing my schedule a bit where I only have 1 session per day. Maybe I'll add on maybe a Wednesday and change to only 1 session on Saturday because especially when they go 4 or 5 hours, Saturdays can be a long day, and I do need to balance and take care of myself. We'll see what spirit says. I'll step with them. But your North Node says, "There's a strong feeling when you get this card that it's time to leave the past behind somehow because you're headed in the right direction." There you go. If you want to be happy and fulfilled, you need to get going towards doing the things that scare you within reason. This card's all about living your life purpose, which is possibly what you've asked about. It's urging you to dare to do something different with your life and your direction to take action. So, are you willing to follow through and lead the life you incarnated to live? If you finally find the courage to make the leap, there's a good chance you'll come to ask yourself, "Why did I wait so long?" I love it. To attune to this moon or this North Node, you can say, "I know I'm headed in the right direction." Isn't that great? How perfect this is. Additional meanings, there's 5. You're headed for something which feels like destiny. You need to face a fear and get over it. Time to stop obsessing about someone or something. Stand on your own 2 feet. I love that it's about how you stand, right? Because that's part of your pain, right? And then the last one is, "You've got this!" Exclamation point. The teaching of the North Node says the North Node is where the moon crosses the ecliptic going north. It's a karmic point, and on the horoscope chart shows us what we need to do and where we need to go with our life to find satisfaction, fulfillment, and happiness. The North Node is the karmic astrological point that reminds us, to paraphrase Andre Gide, or Guide, Gide, that in order to discover new oceans, we have to be prepared to lose sight of the shore. Ooh, how exciting. Again, I feel like this is, changes that are coming, um, going and doing things differently than you've never done before. So I love that. All this, trying these vibrations, trying that grounding sheet. I'm sure you've tried like Reiki energy or drawing in energy through you and all sorts of fun stuff. Yeah, there you go. Just, we're gonna nickname you Eileen because you lean. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So I'm excited. I'm excited about trying those tuning forks even more now. So maybe I'll introduce them tomorrow. Not to replace you, Singing Bowl. Don't get jealous. But maybe we'll try them tomorrow along with the Singing Bowl because we don't want them to get mad at us. They wouldn't. They're full of unconditional love. All right. So that's what they got, my dear. Many blessings to you. Cheers to you. Much love. Rest well, Eileen. Yeah. I love that. You know, I took a Reiki course, but I started doing energetic work before I started Reiki. Before I was gonna go for master, but after I took I think there's 2 levels, and then the 3rd one, um, I was like, because they get into Reiki uses symbols and that it brings something, and that's, not to diss any, kind of organized process or ritual or anything like that. We don't need any of it. We don't need ritual, we don't need crystals, we don't need everything in here. But if it helps us, our human focus and our human, open up and trust, then it's perfect, but we don't need it, right? Um, and we can do our own energy work free of symbols and processes and whatever and structure and allow our own kind of and discover your own energetic process. Just Reiki was someone that this is what the download they got and the things that they did too. Yeah, doing a witch ring, do your own thing. See, so I love this expansion of trying different things is awesome. So that's what they got, my dear. All right, everybody. I'm going to jump back to the free readings here. um, thank you guys so much for your patiently waiting for all of your readings. I know sometimes we get chatty, sometimes I get chatty, spirit gets chatty. When we all get chatty, uh, it takes a little while longer. So thank you so much. And thanks for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love and helps the algorithm. So you're part of the love tsunami because you're helping share the love by doing that and shows me some love. Shows me you guys enjoy your readings too. So thank you so much for that. All right. So let us return to the free readings. We have Ashul is up. Let's see. We'll do now 258. Ashul is your timestamp. And you want to know how AJ feels when you stop seeing his posts and story. All right, let's take a look here. So when you stop looking at their stuff, how does that make them feel? All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, we've got the devil card and the moon card energy that are coming in here. If you can see those a little better there. And there is this the moon is like this hidden energy. There's this emotional energy, but they do get caught up in their mind. All right. Cheap ass me. We'll see you later. Because the devil card is a lot about Capricorn mental energy, a lot of questioning thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And, it's like this mental energy, but they got this deep moon emotional energy that comes in here too. But I do feel like they stay stuck in their head more than their feelings with the devil card energy there. And so when we're asking how do they feel, I feel like they're in a way though, I feel like when they eventually notice it, I feel like it takes some time to notice it, but I feel like their emotion stays contained. It's very like very, very deep, and their mental energy is so extreme that when they notice it, they just have a thought about it, not an emotion about it. And the thinking of it is about I don't know. I when I'm trying to step into their energy, it's like, okay, it's just a choice people make. I feel like that's the kind of they dismiss it more than they feel it. Emotionally, I feel like they're like, "Oh, someone doesn't like me or someone doesn't, want to pay attention to me." but I feel like they live so much in their head that their emotions are like in a I don't know, a soundproof room that they can't hear their emotions, feel their emotions. They just have it so pushed down and suppressed. They live a lot from their mind, instead. So I don't feel like they allow things to really impact them a whole lot, um, unless it's abrupt to their face. Like if someone says, "I hate you, I don't like you, and I'm never gonna look at anything that you put out again," then they're, like, reactive. Then you're gonna see the fire, not the emotion of like, "What? You won't like me?" It's more that back at you kind of energy, which I know you wouldn't do. So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Anshul, which is not a bad thing to, you know, live in a way, not detached from your emotions, but when we are connected with our mind and our emotion to realize people are going to do what they're going to do has nothing to do with us. Their actions don't have anything to do with my definition of myself, which is a healthy way to look at it, but that's not the way they're looking at it. But that's how we can look at things and learn that other people's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, don't mean anything about me. What bubbles up within me is for me to look at, but what other people are doing is for them, not me. So hopefully that helps, right? And then we have Preeti. You are up. Oops, I'm not even doing this right. All right. So Preeti, here is your timestamp. Took me long enough. Okay, there we go. Happy New Year to you as well. So tell me this year, what guidance? Let's see here. What's one piece of guidance they want to give you for the year here? What's good for you to know right now? You got the Six of Cups and the High Priestess. This is a year of emotional transformation for you. The High Priestess, they're encouraging you to take some time with that High Priestess, to step back into the High Priestess temple, see things from a different perspective, dive deep into your emotions. And the Six of Cups, I definitely, there's a lot of past life energy that's here. And I feel like this is a year of really sitting and realizing this expression in this lifetime as this human character is just one lifetime out of a sea of lifetimes and experiences and expressions that we've had in a variety of different places. And there's this realization that, wow, I'm so expansive. I've had so many experiences that it kind of puts things in perspective that, oh, wow, you know, why am I sweating this? I'm an eternal being, and this is one experience. I don't have to put so much pressure around it, and that I have to complete something and that it must be done. It's like allows patience. It also allows us to give grace to other people because they're by the grace of God. Like, I don't like that that person did that. And we're like, you know what? I probably did that in a past life or another life, or maybe I will in another life. If I haven't done it yet, I will do it in another one because I'm gonna experience everything at some point. So if someone's being a jerk, we can go, "Oh, I've been a jerk." Maybe in this lifetime, but if not, in other lifetimes, or I will. So I'm gonna be a little more gentle with myself and with other people. I feel like this is a big piece, and also gleaning a lot of lessons learned from past lifetimes coming in as well. I feel like that's that this year where if you haven't got into your past lives and Akasha records and connecting through your one of the tunnels or pathways to the Akashic records is through our emotions and our subconscious, that, it's something to look at and see what that can bring you, and I feel like that's a focus for this year for you. So that's what they have for you, Preeti. So happy New Year. All right. Then we have Swaroop Bobby. You are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And a general reading, please, for next week, whatever comes out. Let's take a look. What is coming out next week for you here? Okay, got this one and this one. And got the full card and the high priest. I just put her back in. She came flying back out. So you got two major arcana, the full card and the high priestess energy here. I feel like you do have this The Fool card is about new beginnings, full of possibilities without a lot of mind and mental expectations coming in. The High Priestess is about stepping back, see things from a different perspective, and take this rest, take this time to relax. In fact, there might even be this energy of go away somewhere if you can. If you have can take a vacation, take a vacation. I know a lot of us don't want to do that or have the time or the money or the resources or the desire, but it's getting away, even if it's going for a walk or stepping away from the norm so you can just be in your thoughts and then question your thoughts and then drop into your heart and then see where that's drawing you and where that's bringing you forward here, right? Because it does feel like you're ready to enter this place of less restriction and more possibility and more, outward um, action from your heart instead of from your mind. So I feel like this next week, it's like step away to see things more clearly, get out of these restrictions and let the mind stop for a moment trying to restrict you and see the possibilities. And where is your heart drawing you? Where is your passions drawing you? I feel like is your big message for this coming week. So hopefully that helps, Swaroop. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And we have Shanae. Hey, Shanae. You are up. Hello, hello. Happy New Year to you. I hope you are well. Here's your timestamp here. So, a general for January. So, what's one thing that they want you to know for January? All right. Boom, boom. You got the 3 of Wands and the 10 of Swords. Yeah. Feel like you're about to switch a direction in your life here because of the 10 of Swords. You're actually looking at letting go of some expectations, letting go of some supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be kind of energy here, and that you're just getting to this point where I'm just sick and tired of living up to everyone's expectations and being disappointed and being a disappointment or whatever. I'm just tired of it. So I'm not going to, I'm getting out of my head around all this and I'm not wanting to do all this stuff. And I feel like it's in multiple areas of your life that you may be doing this. And with the 3 of Wands, it's I'm ready to go. Well, I was going this direction because of what everyone else was saying and what I was fearing and all this mental energy. But now that I'm in for my heart, I'm like, I'm going to go this direction. Doesn't mean you're doing like a 180 and going directly. You could if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like more so you're like, instead of going this direction, I'm not going to go this direction either. I'm going to take this off ramp and go this direction. So it's changing. And this is you deciding it, not it happening, you know, outside of you. This is choices you're making on the inside of you that you're then implementing on the outside of you. So I like this. I like this for you. Um, so some good change initiated by you from the heart and not from the head, I feel is one big theme for you for January. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Minu, you are up. Here is your timestamp. And the universe's message for your current situation. All right, let's take a look here. We got that. And what else? Okay, and then that one. Wow. All right. Yeah, it looks like the 5 of Wands is drama and disagreement or confliction energy that's going on here. A lot of fire, storm. But the Ace of Swords that you have here is about clarity and about kind of stepping away, take a big deep breath, see things from a different perspective, from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love, rather than from a place of small t truths rooted in fear. So the Ace of Swords is a gift that you're being given, which is double-edged. One, it connects you to where you can go, all right, creator, tell me, why did I want this to happen for me? What gift is for me in my current situation? Why on earth did I want this to happen for me? Because nothing in our life happens by accident. Life doesn't happen to us from our higher standpoint, it's always for us. We're always growing, learning, and, moving through things. From our human standpoint, we could be experiencing like, why are they doing this to me? And that's the victim. We come down here to experience. There's nothing wrong with that. But when we're ready to stop being in a victim kind of energy, then we can move into a victor energy, an experiencer kind of observer energy and go, all right, what am I learning? What's bubbling up within me? What is why is this coming into my life so that I can learn and grow from it? What am I ready to release? Because it's coming up. If there's any kind of conflict, any of the odd numbers in the tarot, especially the minor arcana, when they come up, it's bringing conflict here, and I can't not look past it. Right? It's here, and I'm going. All right, I need to deal with this evidently, and when I do, it sets me free. If I stuff it down, it's just a matter of time before, boom, it comes back up. The more we do that, it's like those little alarms on your computer that say, you need to reboot for a new update. No, delay, 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 delay. Eventually it says rebooting in 10 seconds. Oh no, it's going to do it. It has to be done. Well, this is sometimes it gets to that point. I don't feel like you're to that point where you've been stuffing this, but I feel like it's coming up for you to look at. And you can choose to look at it now or stuff it and deal with it later, but it's still going to impact you when you stuff it, because it always is. It's on autopilot running below the surface. It just pops up for us to look at to free ourselves so it stops impacting us. So realizing that whatever's unfolding here is for you and that you can try to see from a higher standpoint, why did I want to experience this? What am I learning through this? Because if I don't deal with it in this one, it just circles back around and comes to us in another way. But it's happening for us. It's not punishment. It's not, you're getting what you deserve. This is happening for you to set you free. So hopefully that makes sense, Minu. That's what they have for you right now. I'm sure it makes sense. But hopefully that resonates is more what I wanted to say. All right. So many blessings to you. And then Livier Vagara, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. Here's your timestamp here. You want a message from your guides for this starting month. Yeah, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know? These? No, I know I want this one here and this one here. All right. You've got the Ace of Wands and the Two of Pentacles. Wow, you definitely kind of like two messages that are coming in here, which one is that you're gonna have this opportunity to come in here, these 2 opportunities that come out here on this, 2 different avenues, these 2 different paths. And the Ace of Wands, which is inspiration, comes in here, which is like a new excitement, a new passion, a new extension, of yourself. And what I mean by that is one of them's gonna be like, "Yeah, well, that's probably the route that I could go," right? But when we look at um, the other one, it's lit up. This is says inspiration, and that's what the energy feels like. It's like, "Wow, this is different and new and unknown, and I kind of feel like I wanna go this route." And it's like, do it, right? Ace of Wands is if you put your energy into it, it'll really help balance and it'll help you, go in these directions. So I love that um, for you here. And I feel like they're saying this month you're going to have opportunity and I mean, you get to choose whatever you want, but since you're asking for their advice and their, from your guides, they're like, try something new. Because if we do what we've always did, we just keep getting what we've always gotten. Let's try the different route. Let's go that way. Adventure, excitement. Yeah, it can be a little scary, the unknown, but go for the excitement, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. January. All right. Let's see. We had some people pop in here. We got Hey, Priscilla, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, General. All right, absolutely. We'll add you onto the free list here. Whoops, didn't grab your name here. That doesn't help. Sorry, there we go. And then we got Lorna Light. Hello, hello. Beautiful. You're so sweet. Thank you. Got the best news ever on New Year's Eve. You started your own company. Congratulations. And you locked in a dream offer client. Boom. Drop the mic, right? High five, fist bump. I love that for you. Congratulations. That's the way to start a year off is to start a dream. So I love that. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, absolutely. All right, we'll continue here with some free readings here. So take your time, no pressure here. We're wanting to get some of these free readings for some people here, and then I'll return to any donations. I didn't do my 30 minutes of free readings, so kind of in the midst of doing some of those. So we'll get to that here in a sec. Let me just get these others prepared here as well. Okay. Forgot I had my volume on. I was like, what was that? That was your donation. All right. Okay, perfect. Yeah, pop your question out there. Thank you so much for the donation, Lauren. And then as soon as you put your questions there, I will dive into that there for you. All right. So while we're waiting here, one of three. All right, I'll wait till you put all three there, and we'll dive into those. So let me get some of these other free readings for some people here. So we got Ateshi Singh. Here is yours. How will Julia's party go tonight? It's been a while since you've gone to such a party and you're kind of nervous. All right, let's take a look here. All right. So Julia's party. Well, you got the King of Wands, which is you're in control of how the party's going to go for you. You can't control the other party, but the King of Wands is you decide what kind of time you want to have and then make it happen. So I like that. When we go to a party, let's see what these other cards are here too. Yeah, you got the 7 of Pentacles and the Judgment card. I like this because there's this interesting energy of see things from a different perspective. The 7 of Pentacles is if it's something I don't like, I can always change it. And for yourself, like you can't make the party change. Maybe you can. Maybe you can go, this music sucks. Can you put on something else? And maybe they will. But I feel like the biggest thing with this energy is, you know, when you go anywhere, it's like, I'm gonna have a good time, and I'm not gonna let anyone impact my time because that's my power. I get to decide the time that I have, no one else, and I can't control what anyone else's time is either. So it's like going on a vacation with a group of people and you're like, I'm gonna have a great time no matter what. And everyone, is having different experiences. There's someone determined to have a bad time, and you're like, you have your bad time. I don't expect you to have a good time. It's your right to have a bad time. Your right to have a sucky time. Your right to have an okay time. You're right to have a neutral time, but I'm gonna have a happy time. I'm gonna have a blast no matter what. Try that tonight. This King of Wands is you have the power to change things. And if you don't like the the 7 of Pentacles is if you don't like the fruit, if you don't like the fruit of all the what's happening, you can leave. Right? And it's like, that's fine. But the fear is that, oh, people are not gonna like me. What if I do something wrong? What if this? What if that? But if you're like, everyone can be who they are, but I'm gonna have a great time. And and that's it, right? This Judgment card is don't worry about the judgment of others. Trust that there's a higher perspective from spirit, which there is no judgment. There's no right or wrong, good or bad, worse or better. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes that come in here. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit of Teshi. Um, Everyone's gonna have a different kind of time, like that vacation, and, so have the time that you're wanting to have is the message. I love that. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So, I love this. So you put in all 3 start here, all 3 questions. All right, what I'm gonna do, I've been on for about almost 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I'm just gonna run to the little boy's room real quick, for a little quick bio break. I'll be right back. So continue to put your questions, and I'll be right back. All right. All right. I am back. All right. Oh, all the questions are there. Okay. Sorry. All right. So thank you guys. Now I can focus and we'll move to water here. Okay. So let's jump in here. So, Lauren of Light, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. So, thank you again for your generous donation. You're always so generous to me. I appreciate that. And so, here are the 3 questions. So, you and your partner, what do you need to know here with the current energy? And then, what do you need to know about this new journey of your company overall? What are you missing? Okay. You're literally just played your angels on spirit team and then your YouTube popped up. Oh, wow. I love it. They're like, "Talk to him." That's funny. All right. So let's see what we've got here. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. All right. Pretty much. They're like, "Here, we'll talk through him." So with you and your partner, what do you need to know uh, with that current energy? All right, let's take a look here. All right, boom. They're just knocking cards out of the deck now. Okay, we've got 1, 2 cards. We've got this one and this one and this one. All right, so I see the progression here. There was progression energy coming in here. And then what do you need to know about this new journey for your company? We'll do them separate here. Yeah, I like this here. The bottom of the deck, with you and the partner, we had the 3, not the 3. What am I looking at? The 3. Oh, we had the 3 pentacles down here. Wow, I didn't even see that there. But they wanted to talk about it because there's the 3 of pentacles there. I was saying the high priestess and they hijacked my mouth. and said the 3 of Pentacles, and then it was down there. So the 3 of Pentacles is about being true to your authentic self. So and it's about creativity and allowing your creativity to flow, not feel like you need to, you know, be who you think they want you to be. You get to be who you are, they get to be who they are, and I like that energy because it's this, ah, yeah, the high priestess is things will be revealed too. Yeah. He's not telling you something. It will come to light here with the high priestess, that is the intuitive energy, but she's also the revealer of secrets that comes in here. And we'll see here what unfolds here with these other there too. Yeah, and yeah, it is collaboration here on the bottom of the 3 of Pentacles. um, it actually says the word collaboration. Is that where you saw it here? But there is that energy of, growth and creating something together, but there's also this about being true to your authentic self and not feel like you have to be them, that they bring in something unique and you bring in something unique. And, you know, I feel like theirs is more mental, yours is more creative. The more the like your gift that you bring into it is that coming in here. But the high priestess does have that energy of the revealer of secrets. So I feel like something will come to light. Maybe they'll tell us more here with these other cards coming in here. So let's take a look. So it's 1, 2, 3. So something does build here between the two of you. Yeah, and we have the tower here. The tower, is this energy about, this um, sudden illumination. The tower card is the lightning bolt. Sometimes it is about, something getting moved out to make space for something that's more in alignment with energy and something being brought in. But in this case, it just feels more like the illumination piece of it that comes in here. That it does out of nowhere comes this clarity that comes in. And I don't know this so this partner, um yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, and this feels like it's that kind of illumination that comes in. And then, the energy I'm kinda getting with this, kind of what this thing is that they I don't know if it's not so much they wanna be a silent partner, but it kind of like, I I don't know if, like, I don't wanna work that hard kind of energy, like, I'm really inspired, I wanna do this, but I feel like they're a good starter, but they're not a good finisher, if that makes sense. And I feel like they get hyped up and they're like, "Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go," and I'm spent, "Okay, I'm ready for a break," and you're like, we still need to keep going," you know? But they're like, "Okay, I'll catch up," and I feel like, they're not as motivated as you are, as energetic as you are, as, um and so I feel like that's kind of the hidden thing that they're afraid to say is, um, I I'm not you and you're not me. So can we kind of look at what we can do kind of, it's like I can't contribute the equal amount that you can, and me trying to keep up, it's like you're a marathon runner and I'm a sprinter, I can run 100 yards really fast, but then I have to rest. You can run a 5K and you're like, "Where are they?" That's what I kind of feel some energy here. Let's see what comes next here. You got the 10 of cups and the 4 of cups. Yep. So the emotional energy does balance out. You got this joy energy. And I kind of feel like this is the here I'm hi. Because the split comes in here. 4 of Cups is emotional stagnation. The other is, joy, which I feel like you are the fullness, the 10 of Cups, and they're like the 4 of Cups. So, I feel like this is that kind of emotional energy that can be poured into things, and you're the creative, you can create things, and you can go and go and go. But like I said so sorry, let me take a sip here. Getting me all choked up already. All right. Um, so and it's not even half, it's like like they put in 4 tenths and you put in 10 out of 10, right? And so it's realizing this it doesn't feel like an equal partnership. It feels very out of balanced. And I feel like clarifying that could be good. Ah, okay. Oh, I thought this was your partner in your new business journey with your company. So you meant like your, emotional partner. But, yeah, but this definitely I mean, spirit knows, so boyfriend, not partner. Okay, I get you. But okay, well, that totally makes sense here too, though, but all this still applies. I'm just experiencing it different, than what their messages were coming through, but all of that still applies because there is this things will come to light, and I don't feel like it yeah, and that's good. So that tower, that's good that it's not, you know, this is that suddenly things will come to light and you'll have that here. But and then it makes total sense with the emotions too. You know that you're able to give so much love and they're only able to give so much because 'cause you've done your inner work. You have self-love, and because your self-love is bigger, you can give more love, right? Because the amount of self-love we have here is how much love we can give here, right? But if, and they don't have, like, this self-love, but they've got this self-love, you've got this self-love. And so they're able to give at least, a little bit of emotional energy, into that, um, and you are creating this together but it's about you being true to your authentic self. I love that for you, that you're not dimming your light, not trying to be like them or trying to be something that they would accept or whatever. You're being yourself and you're allowing them to be themselves though too, is the thing, right? That I know you're weird and I'm my own weird, and I'm gonna allow your weirdness because I'm weird, and that's great. That's coming from an Aquarius, which we love weird. Everyone is weird. We're all aliens from a different planet. I actually posted that this morning, I think, was to this morning's post from my podcast, which is we're all aliens from a different planet here living together, and everyone is so different, and we have that, right? And it's like, all right, um, that's what makes them feel safe, holding things close to their chest, and what makes you feel safe. And you're like, I want to express my emotion because that's who I am, right? And that's allowed. Let's see here what these other three cards are here. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah. So you have the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, which is also it's results, but it's also patience. I know. In time, it takes them time to open up and to feel safe, right? And so they, hold it back and then they hold it front and then they hold it back and then they hold it front, right? Um yeah, he always goes quiet when you leave. And that is yeah, and that's normal. Humans say goodbye in different ways, you know? There's people that are all, "Bah, I'm so sorry you're leaving," and, "Oh," and all that, right? And then there's individuals that distance themselves because the leaving feels like abandonment or, they kind of toughen up and get quiet because that's the way they grew up. And that is this with this, they give this much emotion and you give this much emotion, but they give a lot of mental energy that doesn't make it out of their mouth to you. Like they think about you a lot, they think about everything, but it doesn't get out and you express your emotions. But just realizing you're different, you're two aliens from a different planet, right? And that they pull back not, and I know that because they're reminding me, who is it that does that in my life? I forget who it was. I think it's my mom. She's a Pisces, she's emotional, but when it's getting close to time to leave, she gets quiet and then non-interactive. I think it's my mom. Who was it? There's someone that in my life that I experienced that with. I feel like it was her, but, they're bringing that back. They're not bringing back all the details, just the fact that it happened, and you just realize, and they're just like, "Well, it just bothers me when in saying goodbye," and then they reminded me of my stepmom, when I went to visit them in Hawaii, and she was like started crying. I go, "What's the matter?" She goes, "I'm never gonna see you again," and I'm like, "I'll be back. Are you promise?" And I'm just like, "Oh my gosh," It's interesting. We all deal with it differently. Um, so the 7 of Pentacles talks about patience and allowing they'll eventually open up more and more and more, but it takes them a long time to be vulnerable, right? Um, and what else do we have? We have joined together with the Hierophant energy. So this is about seeing things from a different perspective, and I feel like this is allowing I feel like this is growth and change that's coming in here, and, the Hierophant is Taurus energy. It is the senses. It's sensual, but it's the eye, seeing with the eyes, hearing with the ears, the nose, the mouth. It's that sensing kind of experience, and, this is you're learning a lot more about their differences, right? Because they are different on the spectrum, right? They're different in how they approach things, how they feel things, and, you see the movies of people that have ADHD that are on the spectrum of different mentalities, and we're all different on the spectrum. Just a lot of us have been socialized and we kind of act a different way, but there's some people that just don't have the wiring the same. Yeah, you like that, right? Not the same old stuff, but I feel like it's understanding more might be a good thing for you to do, is to, dig a little more in their research and go, "Wow, I understand." Like, that I know more about my my host, she's got, ADHD, and I probably mentioned that a ton of times before. But once I noticed that, um we interact differently, and I don't like, if I'm talking about something and they're looking away doing something, I'm like, "Well, if you're not interested in what I have to say," and so I stop talking, they go, "What? I was listening," and I'm like but then when she'll send me videos, from Instagram, like, on ADHD about how people with ADHD, um, if they're looking at you in the eyes, their mind's somewhere else. But if they're doing something else, they're totally engaged with you listening, but they have to keep busy because, like, she can watch TV, look at Instagram, and work at the same time. And for me, I'm like, if I do 2 things at one time, I'm doing it very not very well. It's like, if I focus. But when I learn these things, then I'm like, I don't take it personally. I'm talking to her and she starts fiddling with something, whatever, and I'm like, "She's listening." And if she's looking straight at me, I'll be like, "Are you listening to me?" And she was like, "Oh, what?" And I'm like, "Do something, do the dishes while I talk to you." But it's funny, it makes it more comical, and I like this for you, though, so I like it. Mm. Oh, hey, Deb. Yeah, right? Mhm. Yeah, so what a wonderful learning about yourself and why you do the things you do and understand why they do the things they do and look how to how can we bridge that and understand that. And like, when I share something that's going on and then she'll tell me a story about the same thing, and I'm like, you know, in our minds, we're like, "Why did you just make this about you when I was trying to tell you a story about me?" But that's an ADHD thing too, is I wanna tell a story to tell you that I'm relating to you, and that's how the brain works, and it's interesting. The more you learn about the different ways that people process things, we stop taking things as personal, and I love that. Yeah, and you have the 2 of Wands energy coming in here too with these 3 cards, which is being aware where you're investing your energy, and we can get drawn into, whatever, um, we're focusing on, we're growing and expanding. So the more I can focus on what I'm grateful for and putting alarms, especially with ADHD, you know, it's bringing us back, bringing us back, bringing us back as much as we can because squirrel, rabbit hole, here we go. Psh, 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 psh. Right? It's like, all right, let me focus. Let me really I need stuff to bring me back, right? Oh, I love that. Yes, absolutely. And please. And it's amazing because, the more we do that, and we all can use these reminders. That's why I love doing all the readings that we do because I get these reminders all the time. Oh, that's right. Come back to oh, come back to here. I am thoroughly brainwashed and reminded when I get all the messages from spirit about these things too. So I get that. That's my gift, that I get. But yeah, this is being aware, and just learning flags, like feelings are flags that something can be looked at. So when I start to get drawn into um fearing something, it's like, "Oh, that feels ugly." Oh, that's my reminder. I'm going into lower vibration. Is that what I wanna grow? Is that what I wanna focus on? No. Let me change that. A good book too, for conversations, this is what I'm reading right now, just a little plug for everyone. Argue Less, Talk More. He's, Jefferson Fisher on Instagram too. He has his, that's actually where he started, and, that's he, created the book from, everyone going, "Please write a book." The stuff he had to say is so awesome about communicating. It's a great resource too. I just was nudged to tell you that. So, I like this for you. I feel like, there is this balance that will come with the 2 of Pentacles, realizing you're 2 individuals, but you guys are in the same solar system, orbiting around the moon together, but that you're different entities, and we can focus on the things we love about someone and then be curious and try to understand the things that are challenging for us with someone. So, like, he gets quiet when I'm about to leave, and now that you realize, "Oh, yeah, um, you know, it's because that's the way he deals with, goodbyes." Um, and so now I understand that it's not personal, it's just how they deal with that, and now I'm okay with it, right? So, I like that. Alright, that's the first part there. What do you need to know about this new journey for your own company? Alright. He always tells me when he's ready for me to go. In that honesty, isn't that beautiful? It's like, I'm ready, I'm overstimulated, and so, um, you know, I need my recovery time, to process everything, which is alright, and that's the difference, like, when you're there a month at a time because 'cause you're long distance, right? Like, if you lived in town and you saw each other an hour here, 3 hours here, this here too. Yeah, that he needs his recovery time and that he for a month, he's like, "Alright, I need my" because especially with, if he's on the spectrum with autism, overstimulation, which you ADHD, we can become overstimulated too. I have a little bit of ADHD. You can become too much can be too overwhelming. We're like, "I need to take a breath, I need to step away," kind of energy. Um, so but I love this discovery, diving more into, you know, who we are and, who they are and what are the common themes and things that happen, and so it's pretty cool. All right, let's take a look here. So, what do you need to know about this journey of your own company? All right. Yeah, I love this. Bottom of the deck, you got the inner calling coming in here. So, definitely this energy of you're being called to do this, right? You feel like this is me sharing my heart, sharing my dream, energy. So, I love that. You have the 6 of wands, you got victory and this, movement energy too. So, very much very supported. Usually, the 6 of wands will show someone up on a horse and there's people around cheering. This is your spiritual posse, your spiritual team. They're very much supporting you, congratulating you, lifting you up. And there is this victory energy that comes with this, which, I mean, you're right. Boom. And then a dream client, and boom, here we go. We're on our way, right? So I love this. You also have the star card, creativity, but also dream come true energy. Also, remember your why, remember your true north is an important energy when it comes to that. It's like, okay, let me have my true north. And in making decisions for my company, remember my why. Remember my why, because we can get scattered and our energy can go everywhere, right? And it's like, boop, 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 boop. Yeah, remember your why, right? It's like we can get, "What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this?" And it's like, "Okay, does this support" you're so ADD. Yeah, does this support this? Let me keep coming back to this. Well, I wanna do this and this and this and this. Well, wait, does that support the dream? Does that support the why? No. That'll help me know where to put my energy, right? So I like that. Allow your creativity to come forward and be expressed as well. You also have the full card. Yeah, the fresh start. Try to not let expectations come in here and kind of 25 different projects for today. Yeah, right. Well, that is part of that, they have different ways. Break them up into smaller bite-size pieces, right? So you can boom, 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 boom. But the full card is about possibilities, that there's so many possibilities, and look at it like a child in a candy store. Wow, there's so much that I could do, but and don't let the mind go, no, supposed to, should, need to, have to, must, and to narrow the focus to, you know, the what, open up to the allowing spirit to show you why, or not why, but how. You know your why, you know the what, but let the how be really inspired with spirit. Allow them to show you and just keep taking one little step at a time is like this energy. It's, here's you stepping off into this beautiful journey into the unknown. But it's a wonderful energy to be there. And it's interesting. This both of these are Aquarius energy, the star card and the full card ruled by Uranus. Different, wild, do things abnormal, don't do things like the old. So both of these energies are the old ways don't work anymore. Create your own ways, move forward. Don't restrict yourself by well, this is the way the industry always does it, right? You're like, yes. So I like this for you. You also have, yeah, the power of choice. You have the power of mental choice and the power of emotional choice. with the Two of Swords and the Two of Cups. I like this as you're going through your business because what can overwhelm us is, you know, of being a fear of the future can really impact us, right? But when we realize I'm the one that gets to choose the story of whatever happens in the world, I get to choose the emotions I feel about it. I get to choose, of course, my energy and my physical actions too, but they're zeroing in on your thoughts and your emotions because the story I put to something, the emotional soundtrack to the mind will start. And when I'm stuck in the mindset, those expectations, I've been told that when all these different things happen, these are the thoughts I'm supposed to believe and the story I'm supposed to attach to and the emotions I'm supposed to feel. Well, then we feel like we're a puppet with on puppet strings, right? That we're, going forward and that, whatever happens next, that's how I have to think, that's how I have to feel. But when you step into your power of I'm my storyteller, I choose my emotions. Doesn't matter what comes next. I get to choose what it means. I get to choose the story, the definition, and I get to choose the emotions I feel about it. I'm not at the whim of the outside world by what's happening or not happening, what people are saying or not saying. That happens with relationships, with the business, with anything going on in the outside world. It's like my worth doesn't change. My story doesn't have to change by what's happening in the outside world, but we've been taught a lot. We got a lot of triggers saying that when that happens, I'm supposed to be upset, or that's a sign that this is gonna happen. It's like, does it need to? Nope. Doesn't mean, we go around like blinded, but we become a we walk around with our eyes open, but we walk around with our power to come in here, right? Oh, I love that. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's this, am I focusing on higher vibration, drawing things in, or am I focusing on lower vibration and keeping things away? Because the tide, right, when you're focused on that higher vibration of gratitude, the tide is coming in, it's easier for things to arrive. When we're focused on lower vibration, that's like the tide's going out and it's difficult for things to come in when the tide's pushing it out, right? As I knock my gonna have to move this. Yeah. So I love this. And then you've got the 4 of Wands, joy, celebration. Yeah, I like this. You know, of course, focus on higher vibrations as much as we can, which includes joy. But there's a message that celebrate each thing along the way. Don't get caught up in the when that happens, I can be happy. When that is in the future, then I can be this and I can be that, right? There is this celebrate every step along the way. Because if we always wait to celebrate, we will never celebrate because we get close to something, it keeps moving, it keeps moving, it keeps moving. So celebrate every day, like every little project, I started 20, would you say 25? So I completed a project. Hooray! All right. Now let me do a little, dance, for my celebration. All right. So I feel like that's, what they're focused on. Here's the other 9 of cups on the bottom, which is your dream come true. And that is the energy when we're living our dream. The dream isn't an outcome like, "Oh, when that's my dream is to be that." No, my dream is to live this and head in that direction, but my dream is each moment, each step I'm taking, each project I'm doing, every moment, even if it's the boring, "Oh, I gotta, fill out this form." No, it's exciting. This is part of the form that's allowing me to live my dream and my journey, right? So, I like that. Alright. So that was for number 2. Number 3, overall, what are you missing in life? Alright, let's take a look here. Mm. Alright. So what do they feel you want is best for you to know right now? It's funny, they're reminding me of if you ever hear people go, "I miss you," and I go, um, "I missed you too, but I'm reloading." And they're like, "Oh." I like that. Anything you're missing? Don't worry about it. You'll hit it again in the end. I know it's not good to say these days with all the shootings, but I like that. All right, let's see what we got here. Um, so you've got on the bottom of the deck, you've got the King of Swords coming in here, which rolls over thought. And not only do they roll over it with the Queen of Swords, but all kings get a second portion, which is um, swords. So they're the master of the mind and the master of the story. So I feel like we kind of focused on the story already, but I feel like the thing that you're missing is your power of story. And we can jump from this to this to this to this going, "Oh, this is what this means. This is what this means. This is what this means," but maybe slowing down and going, "Is this really what that means? And is that what I want it to mean?" And I really feel like stepping into your power of story is huge for you, in your life, like all of our lives too, right? But I like this energy of going, yeah, I get to decide what something means. And it's fun to do that, like purposely, like choosing a thought and then choosing it's almost like you like in debate, if you ever I never debated, but I heard about it. I saw it on TV, like school, like where they're actually, no, they did that. They one of our teachers made us do that in our school, and, we didn't have a debate class, but they had us go, "All right, now I want you to argue this position." And I'm like, "All right, blah, 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 blah." And like, "Now I want you to argue the opposite." And I'm like, "What? All right. Well, blah, 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 blah." And what it teaches us is that if we want to, we can see different sides of different stories, and it allows us to see things from other people's perspectives. But it also teaches us that I get to choose what I think and question what I think. And that's a big piece of that is going, yeah, I get to question it instead of just going along with it. So I like that. Let's see what else. Yeah. The quest of clarity, quest of seeing things from a higher perspective. Every night has a quest. They're on the quest for the Ace of Swords, which allows you, and it's amazing that these swords matched up, right? But it's seeing things from that higher perspective, and it gives you the gift of the Ace of Swords, which allows you to cut away small t truths rooted in fear, opinion, and allows you to see things from this higher perspective. And it also allows you this kind of freedom that when we start seeing things from a higher perspective, we stop caring about our small t truths. Because until we start seeing things from a higher perspective, we start arguing with people that my small t truths rooted in fear are more truer than your small t truths rooted in fear, when neither of them are true. The real truth, the capital T truth, never needs defending. It is truth. And so if I feel defensive, I know I'm trying to, um, defend one of my small t truths instead of, oh, let me see things from a higher place, right? So I like this energy around that. In fact, in that next conversation, there's actually a chapter on defensiveness, which I'm gonna quote a lot from them in my next podcast because it's going to be about being defensive. Not that you're defensive, but it helps us realize how I can keep myself from becoming defensive and how I can make it easier for other people not to become defensive either. So it's a really interesting here. Yeah, you have the magician as well, which is the power of where you're focusing your energy, but it's ruled by Mercury, which is also the power of communication. And I feel this is really good for you. I feel like, because the King of Swords, in addition to the mindset's also the ruler and master of communication. and the Knight of Swords is about communicating, and the Magician is ruled by Mercury, the planet that communicates from the gods, right? The little god with the little wings on their, Mercury on on their shoes, right? Like the FTD flower delivery guy. You remember him? The old commercial? But there's this stepping into the power of communication, and I feel like that is what's unseen is that, you are a great communicator, I feel already, but I feel like there's some clarity and some little, you know, smoothing down of some little edges that just takes your communication to a new level, both in personal and in business and whatever. It's like, "Oh, wow, I didn't realize that. Wow, that makes sense," things that we don't think about, and then we're like, "Wow." So I like that. So definitely, because they pointed out that next conversation, you know, I feel like that's a good place to start. There's also maybe I'll find this other book too. What is it called? I'll have to find it. There's another great book I read about communication that blew me away that I'll let you know about as soon as I find it. I can't remember right now. So they're like, focus on that one. We'll work on getting the other one. Which leads you to these 5 cards. So we've got, yeah, the 9 of cups. It does help your dream come true. It helps you feel more emotionally full, and like I said, it's arguing less, talking more, it's connecting more with people with this 9 of cups. I just feel like it really reinforces your dream. Yeah, it does bring you new opportunities, um, and abundant opportunities. It also allows you to see your worth differently too, and because I feel like when you realize this, how people are communicating is not about us, they're trying to share something with us, that we start taking things less personally, and people start taking our comments less personally in a negative way, and instead we connect more instead of battle. So I like this. Yep, King of Cups, this balance between head and heart. So some good emotional balance brings in this wonderful, I just feel like this is this smooth movement of communication with you and people that comes in with this here. And it just allows, again, like I said, it brings in this balanced, there's, like it says, we argue less, there's less conflict and more smooth movement and more connection building that comes in with this. Yeah, the 6 of Swords, letting go of old ways of thinking, looking at higher ways of thinking allows us to move from choppy waters to calmer waters even more, especially in communication. So more clear communication, um, being able to speak our truth in a loving way that's not, uh, you know, abrasive. And the 6 of Wands, a victory energy again here too. So I just feel like this is part of the process here, because I feel like you've got a lot of stuff really in place and a lot of, great skills and all this. So this isn't like, you need to learn how to communicate, woman. This will take it to a whole new level that just really just blows you away in how communicate. Maybe even a lot so with um the partner there, that it's like, "Oh, wow, this is a way to have clarity and for me to be able to, um, open up and get them to respond," and so there's some great things in this book, that are there, so I love that. Yeah. Yeah, very, very grounded communication, so I love that. Then for your fortune cookie, we're gonna pull from the Moonology deck here. Well, we just had 40444 here, as I, was looking past the book at the screen. It's on the top of the screen. So 40444. It's very grounded energy. Speaking of grounded communication, that's hilarious. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. What else here? There we go. And you've got the full moon in Aquarius. Show the real you. What a great, great card to get, especially with the that you got the full card and the, star card before Aquarius, Aquarius, in the house, of course, and I'm Aquarius sun too. I hear you, spirit. Yeah. So this card brings the message from the cosmos that you need to detach a little from whatever situation you're asking about. Someone might be keeping you at arm's length now, but it's no bad thing. It's important for you to allow life to unfold and progress, even if change seems like a frightening prospect. If you've been holding yourself back from showing the world the real you, this card reminds you that your unique characteristics are what make you special. We're talking about your weirdness, right? In a relationship, are you being too aloof or detached? Go ahead and be yourself in whatever is coming up for you. So, to attune to the moon, be aware of your feelings, but also be prepared to move on. That doesn't mean from, the relationship, but why not? Be prepared. It's like, it's okay. If this doesn't work out, I'm going to be fine. And look at that fear, right? Because that feels like that is bubbling below the surface. Face that energy of, um, I'm either going to get through this or I'm not. In either case, I'm going to be fine. You know, it's like, yeah, I like that uh, energy because I'm either not going to get through it and be dead and I'm going to be more than fine, or I'm going to get through this in life and I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. And then, we face that because when we face our fears, we kind of remove that from our mind's focus when we realize and we face, what if? Why am I fearing that? So let's look at it. Let's experience it on the movie screen. Let's put on a little play, little what was it called when you do act things out? Let's do a little bit of, that um and then face the fears and stuff that come up and go, "You know what? I'm okay. I don't have to worry about it." And then whenever the fear comes up, I just refer it back to, "Oh, remember? We don't have to worry about that. Oh, that's right. We're gonna be fine." So I like that. Additional meanings for the card: 4, don't lose the beauty and romance of life. 2, you are too much in your head. Get into your heart. 3, a friend needs you. Be there for them. Or 4, or 4, a situation's going to take a very unexpected turn. Those are other meanings. That Aquarius energy, we're talking about the suddenness, right? Um, so the teaching that you can learn from this full moon in Aquarius is every full moon is a time to release and let go, but the addition of Aquarian energy to the mix triples that message. Aquarius is the opposite of clingy, and pulling this card at any time suggests either you need to let go or someone is thinking they are the ones who need to let go, perhaps of you. What needs to go? What is the right thing to do? Whatever happens next could be highly unconventional or unexpected. So I love how they're bringing that fear right into your face, right? You're like, but it's like, you know what? I do wanna face this. I do wanna look at it because then I'm freed from it. Otherwise, what we keep in the darkness seems so big and scary till you turn on the light. They're reminding me, um, when I lived in this apartment, I had, I woke up in the middle of the night and it was a full moon out, so I could kinda see in my room, and I saw in the doorway there was someone standing there, and I could see the outline of the shirt they were wearing, and I'm like, "Oh god, who's here? Who's in?" Because I lived alone. I'm like, "Who's in the house? Is this a spirit or what?" And then I reached over and I turned on the lamp, and I forgot I had put a shirt in my hanging on the doorway to dry. So it's the scary thing suddenly was like, "Oh, man." So that's funny. Yeah, exactly. You're like, "If that's what you need, then you do that, and I'm gonna enjoy my life. I'm gonna live my passion, my dream, And sometimes just I feel like it's more I feel like the message was more to detach a little, not to, become unattached, but detach from I don't need to rescue them. I don't need to do all this. I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna let them be them, and I'm gonna enjoy the journey and the adventure, right? So, I love that for you. So that's what they have for you. Oh, Lauren of Light, thank you again for your donation and for sharing your light coming in here. I always love your energy. Um, so exciting year ahead. A lot of great things are coming. I do have a brother. I only have a brother. It's my only sibling. What's the thing with you about your brother? um, Older, actually. Yeah, I'm the baby. Can't you tell I'm the baby? um, I don't know. They live out of state. I don't know. There's nothing. I am working on who was blonde and curly. He did have blonde hair when he was a child, but he's got more like brownish blonde hair now. Not curly though, I don't think, as a child. Yeah. 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 Well, thank you for that. Yeah, maybe wavy. I have naturally curly hair I stole from my mom, because after she had me, her hair went straight. Psst, she had naturally curly hair. She's like, "You don't even like it, give it back to me," because she gets her hair permed, and I'm like, "Oh, but it's always, on the other side. Puzzle box, play chess. Yeah, he was more of an army military gamer player kind of energy, but very interesting. All right. Well, thank you so much, Lauren. I appreciate that. Oh, not with my brother. We didn't, but yeah. But thank you so much. I'm gonna return back to the free reading, so I'm gonna finish these up. I've been on for over 4 hours, so I'm gonna. Um, oh, oh yeah, I get you. Yeah. So we will continue on here. Yeah, absolutely. Many blessings to you. And again, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's take a look here. And Cat Goddess, hello, hello. We'll add you to the free list here. I'm going to be finishing these up. I do need to head out here because I need to go for my walk before the sun goes down here. And then I'll be back here at 6 too. So just skip that over here. But thank you guys again. So many blessings. All right. So for free readings, we've got Maria P. and then Justin L. and Ashvin Ray and Asuna and then Vibe and then Tan Hopkins and then Summer and then Cheap Ass Me and then Priscilla and then Cat Goddess. So you're still far way down there, Priscilla. In fact, I was contemplating uh, heading off now and completing these later tonight when I come back. But let's see. I'm just going to make these more faster free readings than normal because I do need to head out because I haven't eaten yet today either, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so I need to recharge for tonight's session. Um, so let's jump in here and we'll complete these out for you because I know some of you guys have been waiting. So, Maria P, you are up. Here is your general for you at work. Let's take a look here. And let's take a look. I feel like we're going to do just we'll do one card readings for the remainder of this one just because of the timing here. I want to make sure we get through as many as we can. So for at work, yeah, we got the devil card, the work card. So a lot of clarity here. I feel like for you, your work is going to bring you a lot of education, a lot of challenges to your mindsets, to let some things go, some old beliefs and mindsets, some stories you have around how things what things mean and what they don't mean. And I feel like this is an important energy for you at work to step back and be open-minded. Allow yourself to see things differently. Question the way you think about things and what you think things that other people do mean. And that allows you the more open-minded you are, it's like instead of judging, question, become curious about things. So instead of going, "No, no, that's not how you do that. You do this and this and this," or "I don't like how they're acting," you can go, "Alright, that's interesting. So why do we do it that way? Can you tell me, like, the purpose of doing it that way just so I can understand and fit it into everything?" Instead of going, "No, that's stupid. Why do you do that way? We should do it this way." It's understand things first before speaking, learn, and then if you find ways later that you could do it better, then introduce it. But especially while you're learning new stuff, be curious and about why people are acting the way they are. Instead of assuming, get curious and go, "Are you okay? When you said this, is this what you meant?" Again, we talked about that next conversation book for you too, earlier, and, I feel like that's good to learn communication is very key for you, at work, because it will just allow you to come across a different way and take things differently from people too. So, I like that, right? So many blessings to you. All right, and then here we got Just Janelle. You are up. So we wanna know, what are Zach's thoughts and feelings towards you? Let's see what we got going on here. So we've got the Ace of Swords coming in for you, and the Ace of Swords is more the thinking than the feeling kind of energy that comes in here. But it's like they're seeing things differently. They're reorganizing their thinking about you, the perception they have of you, not in a bad way, not that it was bad in the first place either. I feel like it's that energy of like, "Oh, this is how you are. You're like these people. Let me put you in this box of these people." And they're like, "No, you don't fit in that box. Maybe you go in this box. You're this. You go with these kind of people. This is how you are." And then they realize, you know what? You don't belong in that box either. And they're like, "I don't think there's a box that you fit in. I want to find out more about who you are." It's like you're intriguing, you're different, and they're gaining more clarity about who you are. And I like that word intriguing. And they're like, "You're not normal," which is a good thing. You're not like the other people that I've known before and interacted with before. And so they're kind of you might have felt a little bit slowing down because you're kind of an unknown to them. You're outside the norm, and so they're a little cautious in, "I don't know what to do," and so I feel like they might be a little bit fumbly in how they interact with you maybe, because it's new and they're not sure what to do, what not to do, and sometimes that just makes them not do anything, which is a not doing is something they're doing, they don't realize that though, and I feel like they're trying to gather more information before they actually act on something. But I feel like more mental energy than emotional energy with them on how they experience things. The heart gets expressed later when the mind has scattered everything out and goes, it's like they're the security team before they let the royal into the room. "All right, clear, come in." So hopefully that helps, Janelle. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ashvin Ray. Hello, hello. Here is your timestamp. I don't think we did. No. Oh, yeah, we did. Ashvin. Maybe we already did yours. Was your the Sorry, let me just make sure here. I'm not gonna Yeah, we already did yours. I had put you down in the free readings. We that was your donation, so let me undo that. Let me just remove that. Alright, so we jump ahead to Asuna-san, you are up. I thought that sounded familiar. I'm like, sometimes everything sounds familiar, though. Alright, so assuming you wanna know Dharma's feelings for you. We recently broke up, you're the one who ended the relationship because he made a big mistake. Like in Pretty Woman, big mistake. Alright, so what are their feelings for you right now? Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, they took the ending seriously. Excuse me, with the death card here. I don't hear the rebirth. I feel like, because you ended the relationship, you're dead to me. I'm not I'm I'm emotionally numb. I turned off those emotions, because I don't feel like there's someone that experiences really a lot of their emotions a lot. I feel like it's very controlled how they experience their emotions. Excuse me. I haven't been drinking enough. um, and that's what I keep getting. Just like it's over, it's done. So I've turned that off. I'm not feeling anything. But it doesn't mean that there's not emotions bubbling below the surface. They just have turned off the sound. They've unplugged the speaker, so the music's playing down there, but they're not hearing it because that's what they do. They can't stand pain, so they numb themselves in areas, and it's like you're still walking around with a broken leg even though you don't feel it, and you're making the pain worse on the inside. It's gonna fester if you don't take care of that, but they've been stuffing emotion for so long. That's where they're at in their life, is stuffing that. So no human likes to feel rejection and feel like being chosen. And even though, from your standpoint, they made a mistake from their viewpoint, they didn't make a mistake. They were making the choices they felt, you know, going on in their life, you know. So I feel like your energy is if you ended it, why do you care about how they're feeling? Did you end it to try to get them to change um and come after you, or are you done? If you're done, then let's let them go. And if you're not done with them, then it's time for you to kind of look at your expectations and the mirror that they are for you and do the inner work, right? Because that's where that's the mistake we make, is that we judge other people by our expectations when they are not on the same page as we are. And then we're doing things that aren't matching theirs. And so we're making big mistakes in their eyes, like breaking up with them because they did something that was our big mistake from their mind, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit, Asuna. I know that sounds a little confusing, maybe, but I feel like you get it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. And then we got Vibe. You are up. There we go. And you want to know, will T the Pisces realize one day how he messed up and lost his best friend in you? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will they realize one day? Okay. Yeah, we got the Ten of Swords here. Ten of Swords is more of an energy of releasing all the expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and must be and have to be. I don't feel like on one side, I don't feel like they're the type of person that would admit a mistake. Because the Ten of Swords in an energy is seeing things from a higher, like um, it's either all or nothing. Like I'm either perfect or I'm a failure. And if I admit that I made a mistake, then I'm a failure. There's no gray. It's I'm 100% or 0. There's no 99%. There's 100 or 0. That's it. Pass or fail. There's nothing. And I feel like that they at this point in their energy where they're at, they're like, "No, I can't. I can't, um, even look at that. I just have to assume other people messed up." And I feel like the place they're in their life and their energy they're in right now is they have to blame other people for what's going on. Otherwise, they feel like a failure. And so they don't take ownership for their, you know, actions. Um, and and that's okay, because the 10 of swords for us is for us to get to a point to realize, that there are no rules from a heavenly standpoint from spirit. There's no wrong or right. Wrong or right is a human thing. There's no messing up from spirit. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And when we feel someone messed up, it's because we've got ourselves under a lot of rules where we can mess up. And so we judge other people by our rules. And we're like, you messed up. And it's like, not in my world, I didn't. In your world, I did, but not in my world, I didn't, because if I have no expectations, I'm just living. Other people could be judging me, and that's their experience, not mine. Right. And so it's quite an amazing awareness we have when we realize there's nothing to forgive because there's no rules that were broken. There's just opinion that we've been given that we're living by, and they're not doing what we think they should do, but we're not doing what they think we should do. So when you start doing what everyone else expects you to do, then everyone else will start doing everything that um, you expect them to do. And it's like, ugh, it feels like prison, right? And there's no way because everyone has different expectations. We think everyone thinks the same as we do, but they don't. They have a whole different set of rules than we do. Unless you're going to take the time to go and sit with everyone and find out all of their rules and all of their expectations. By the time you get through with that, we'll be dead because there's so many. It's easier just to release yourself from a long list of expectations and free everyone else from a long list of expectations. That's what the 10 of swords is I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations, and I'm tired of being disappointed, and I'm tired of being a disappointment. Let's just set everyone free and start focusing on what we love about people, not what people aren't doing, right? But that's what comes in with that 10 of swords. So you can take that however that resonates. All right. So that's what they got for you, Vibe. Many blessings to you. All right. Tan, you are up. Here's your timestamp and Happy New Year. Any details on your next place? Let's take a look here. Oops. Try that again. All right. This is one here. Yeah, you got this very creative place with the Empress, because this is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Feels like a very emotionally moving place that you're moving into here. Something that feels like the womb. That's funny. Like you're in the womb. Feels comfortable. It feels where you can be true to your authentic self. It feels safe. It feels warm and incubating. Feels like where a lot of growth happens. Amazing growth for it. And I like this for you. Water energy, a lot of water energy. So it may be over water or near water that comes in here because that is, I mean, even if it's like a lake or a river or stream, I feel like water is featured there. And it's something that helps bring the calmness, but a very much emotional movement. It is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. So it could be, near, um, yeah, a very nurturing card, right? So it can be near nature too, like maybe not on maybe near a park if you're in a big city or on the outskirts of town. there as well. So I feel like that's a bit of that energy that's there. So I like that. Feels instead of like, oh, just feels cozy, kind of energy. So that's what they have for you there, Tan. So a little tidbit for you there. So many blessings to you. That's what they got. All right. And then we have Summer Moonlight. Here is your free reading. Thank you for your donations earlier. And you're wondering who is contacting you in your sleep these days. The face is not familiar, and I only get a picture and a word now and then. All right, let's see if we can get some info on who this person is that's contacting you. Aliens from another planet. Oh, wow. You're very welcome, Tan. You got the lover's card here. So it's the higher self of a future person that's coming into your life. And I feel like this is someone that you've had many lifetimes with, and I feel like you guys meet on the ethereal plane, and you go out there and partay, and go visit and hang out as higher beings. Um, and so I like that. And so what you're picking up and you're bringing back with you are glimpses of the future, glimpses of other lifetimes that you guys have had too. But I do feel like this is the future. It's an important relationship, if not romantic, but it feels romantic. I just feel like it's a future one that's coming your way, the one that you have many lifetimes with in romantical senses and in this type bond that you guys have together. So when you meet this one, you're gonna go, look, the person of my dreams, literally. So like that, a lot of deja vu you'll have with them too. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. And then cheap ass me. I love that. All right. Here is your timestamp. I know you went away. You might have returned. You were hoping to get a reading on your job security for 2026. Let's take a look here. All right. Try that again here. All right. There we are. Wow. I just put that back in. It comes back out. We have this change with the lover's card. This is about emotional choice and Gemini energy too, which feels like there's this for job security, follow your heart and go in a direction where you're being drawn with your heart and your passions. The other one is doing what you've always did and the thing that the mind wants you to do, because that's the power of choice. It's the one we do out of expectation and fear and obligation and security and comfort, those things, instead of the joy, the passion. What does my heart want to do? This is existing, this is living. If you move into the living, then you have job security. You find a job that's in alignment with that, and we've got that energy of doing that, of going forward and experiencing that, right? And then um but if we do and follow our mind and do the existing, it's like our heart energy subconsciously keeps sabotaging these. It doesn't let us get a position. It doesn't want us to go in that direction. So it's like blocking, like, no, 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 I want, no, no, So I feel like that's where your job security would lie, is in following your heart. Do something that makes you feel like you're living and your heart is singing and dancing, not existing kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. Cheap ass me. I like saying that. All right. And then Priscilla, I know you've been so patiently waiting. So thank you so much. Here is your timestamp, just in case. And you want general energies. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right, here we go. Boom, boom. Wow, you got the World card. So you got this victory, this completion energy. You're reaching this culmination in your life of, there's several things I feel that are hitting um it doesn't have to be endings, but you've reached a point into it like, all right, now I'm ready to go to the next level. I've completed things. I'm don't need to invest energy. And there's some things you're letting go and you're re moving that you're moving that energy from one and reallocating it to something else where you're boom, boom, and you're able to move forward. So I feel like this is a big, realizing what has reached its end and what new beginning am I gonna, move in with this here. Um, there's a great I'm being kinda nudged. I posted it this last Monday. If you look on my community area and you scroll down, you'll see this 2026 post. I think I had it on there. It was from Mel Robbins, her podcast. She put out this free worksheet, and I attached the video link to go to her to watch the video too if you want. But it talks about looking over your 2025 and seeing what your low points were and what you needed during those times, and looking at the high points, what, you know, theme you saw consistent in that. And then, um, as you're looking at those and looking back over the year, it's like deciding for this next year, what are you gonna keep doing? Like, what energy where am I gonna invest my energy? What did I like? What am I continuing? What is done? What am I gonna stop? And then what new thing am I gonna start? And I like this kind of review of 2025 energy, and it's all free too, which is cool. To get the workbook, you might have to, like, sign up for her newsletter or something to get instant access and free access to the book, but it's a great, process, that really helped me bring clarity and excitement for my next year, and I feel like this is what it is. You're ready for this new adventure that's free of expectations, free of a lot of, I don't know, just, the expectations and the restrictions and the supposed to be an obligation and, trying to do all this, just get up to 0. Instead, it's what's the new adventure? What am I moving forward in? So, I like that for you. So, I feel like that is the piece that they have for you right now. So, hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. So many blessings to you. And then lastly but not leastly, we have Cat Goddess. You are up. There we go. And you like to know, what does this full moon have in store for you and your loved ones? All right, let's take a look here. Well, you got Cancer full moon energy. You know, basically cancerish, moonish type of energy. That's what you have in store for you guys. But it is the power of choice energy that's coming in here. And of course, it's going to impact each of you differently. If you didn't check out last night, at the beginning of last night's stream, I did a full moon release ceremony. And I talked about the full moon and things that you can do to make the most of the energy. So be sure to check that out too. Um, I feel like the biggest thing is learning your power of choice, and again, it's like there's all this different energy, but I do feel like the chariot is this movement energy. And the big thing, because I mean, it moved my emotions last night when I did the singing bowl and did the process with all of that. So I feel like, because stagnant emotional movement is really coming in here, and I feel like there's a ton of emotions flooding, but I feel like it goes in and allows you to move that energy and to move that old emotions out, with to make space for new emotions and new experiences too. But I really would check out that. I feel like watching that beginning of the stream last night, with that Cancer full moon energy, um, will be powerful for you. I just feel like there's that, and some good, um, like different areas to look at for release and some ideas on how to use some crystals and how to use water and journaling and different things to cleanse, I feel like it's helpful information, for you. So that's what they got for you, Cat Goddess. I know. Short and sweet today. Yeah, the one, not that one. Right? Moonlight? All right. So thank you guys again so much for all your love and all your patience. And I'm gonna head off of here, gonna go for a walk, come back, eat. Then I might, if I'll see how much time I have left because I do want to get my walk in and I do want to eat. And if I'm too close to starting, then I might do the full moon drawing giveaway tonight after I finish tonight's session. We'll see. But if you haven't gotten into that, you still have a chance. Here's the full moon drawing link. It's also in the description box of this video stream. So it's not too late. I'm going to go for a walk and I'm going to go eat. So you still have time to get into that drawing if you haven't. And then I'll pull it tonight, either when I get back from my walk and eating or tonight after the evening stream. So until then, everybody, remember every second of every day of your life, you, yes, you are truly, eternally, unconditionally loved by the mother and father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. You hang in there. And I'll see you soon, especially if you come back tonight. If not, I'll also be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. So till then, much love, you guys. Have some fun. Enjoy this Cancer full moon energy. Tell someone you love them because I love you. All right. We'll see you guys.